All right. Oh shit. What's up with this volume on this thing? A lot of noise here. Try to adjust these sounds. What's up, everybody? Maybe this will do it. Will it change anything? Hey, what's up, brother? What's up, Bravo? Let me adjust the gain on this. Maybe it's the gain. Showing a lot of noise coming through my mic. Not sure what that's about. Does it sound weird? Always troubleshooting. Let me know if there's a lot of noise coming through my mic. It's okay? Weird. I don't know why my settings can't just remain stable. Dharmadum, what's up, my man? How you doing? Happy Friday. I'm trying to adjust my my mic. Seems like it's a little bit hot for some reason. I'm not sure why. Try to turn it down. Maybe that'll do it. Too much gain. Ah, maybe this is it. All right. Yeah, that's better. How about that? How about this? Now it's quiet. Ah, that's a little bit better. You're done with the morning routine? What's your morning routine? It's early. What time is it? Do you do stretches? I try to do stretches. Oh, 7 a.m.? That's a good time to get up in the morning, man. I'm gonna turn down my sound on this music. I had a good habit of doing morning stretches for a while. It's 5:30 for you? That's right, you're in Florida. You're on the East Coast. So, yeah, I used to get up every morning, do stretches, try to get sunshine in your eyes, stimulate the circadian rhythms to begin a cycle anew. I do a lot of stretches. Stretching is actually hard. I find it hard to do stretches if you don't have a good habit, because it's painful, right? It's like stretching out your body activates all these pain receptors in your muscles, and it takes a little while to get nice and loose. What else is your morning routine? Sometimes I go for jogs or walks. I find it's great just to get your body moving. Do stretches and then get your body moving, because your brain kind of follows your mind. So I can't say that I'm very disciplined, at least not in this moment. I used to be pretty disciplined. It's all about building habits. Do it same time, same place, then you don't have to think about it. Once you've got a good habit of doing something, it's easy, it's automatic. Yeah, I used to go for runs early in the morning, and I would listen to audiobooks on tape. That would be a nice morning routine. And it really doesn't seem to matter what kind of audiobook. It's like once you get information flowing into the system, there's this thing called spreading activation in your brain, right? Hey, what's up, Ivy? Any suggestions for a dancing intention tonight? I'm heading to the club. A dancing intention? Yeah. Yeah, what do you want to get out of this dancing experience? Are you looking to make connections with other people? Are you looking to make connections with yourself? Are you looking to improve your dancing ability? Maybe you're looking to improve confidence. Maybe you want to get into the middle of the circle, right? And just do a dance, try to show off to people, build confidence. I know it's really hard for me. Sometimes I get into a real flow when I'm dancing, and I'm like, damn, I'm on fire. And then I'll go into the circle, and do like a little performance. My sister taught me how. My sister was into breakdancing because she had a boyfriend about 10, 15 years ago. She had a boyfriend. We were in San Francisco, and her boyfriend was into popping. Like that really kind of robotic style dancing. And so she got into a little bit of breakdancing and popping, and she taught me to do, I think it's called the 6-step. Right? It's a pretty simple, I think it's one of the most basic breakdancing moves. And you get down on your hands, and you kind of like, you make a circle with your feet. So you do like 2 steps and your legs cross behind each other, and then you kind of go in a circle. It looks pretty cool. It's really not that hard to do. And I bust that out a couple times at weddings and raves and stuff, and it always gets a pretty good reception. So maybe your intention is to learn the 6-step and get in the middle of the circle, and just get people excited. Get people excited. Do something cool and fun. Used to have yoga as a part of your routine, but patchy with that. Can a girl just boogie? There you go. Yeah, a girl can just boogie. You took some shroom gummies? Nice. Like 30 minutes ago? They should be kicking in pretty soon. Usually for me the onset of a mushroom trip is about 30 minutes. So you feel anything yet? What do you guys want to talk about today? Dancing, yoga, morning routines? Oh, I was talking about spreading activation. So spreading activation, so our brains, right? It's just your brain is just a big network of neurons. And it's all interconnected. I mean, it it's eventually it's all interconnected. So any node that you start in with the brain, you could get to pretty much other node in that network through indirect pathways. But activity tends to kind of spread out. So if you imagine like a drop of ink, if you take an eyedropper with a colored, some coloring, food coloring, and you take that droplet, right, and it hits the water and it starts sort of spreading out. The same type of thing happens in the brain where any electrochemical activity will hit a part of your brain, and that information will tend to spread out through the networks. So that's why it's good to get sort of exercise or do something involving language. That's why I think listening to audiobooks is good. If you go on a walk and you listen to an audiobook, that is going to get, so all of your movement from your body, those are inputs, right? So all of your muscles are sending signals up to your brain, which is hitting like your motor cortex and different parts. And all that activity kind of spreads out, right? So if you find that you do multiple tasks involving mental activity and physical movement, you get a general activation over multiple parts of your brain, and you start to get sort of energized, right? And when you're in the morning and you're kind of feeling like I just don't have any thoughts, I just maybe you're just mind wandering, right? But nothing's really coming to mind. Once you start getting this general activation in your brain after processing language or going through movements, then your mind starts to become primed. Like you prime all of those networks and they become more and more active. And then the thoughts just start to kind of bubble up to the surface, right? So if you're engaged in any sort of creative activity and you feel like you're writing or something and you're just looking at a blank page and nothing's coming up, nothing's coming to the surface, think about spreading activation. And any way that you can energize all of those networks, and you call this priming. When you prime a network, it means that network's kind of like warming up your car, right? If your car is idling and you warm up your car, you push the gas and it moves right away because it's already warm. But if the key's not turned and the ignition's not on and the engine's not idling, then it's going to take a while for you to be able to get that system moving. So yeah, priming your brain through movement, through stimulate the language networks. It's all connected in various ways. And so a good, morning practice, if you're feeling like kind of lethargic and maybe not really energized, is to just start basic. Start moving your body and then introduce some language. Yeah, and then you find after doing that for a little while, it's like, wow, all of these thoughts are just pouring out of me. I'm just gushing with energy and trying to summon something we need out there. Connecting to others only works when you're connected to yourself, doesn't it? I will try the crisscrossing thing, though. Do you know what I'm talking about? The 6th step? Here, let's get a video of it. Was saying your routine, you just meditate and clean. Cleaning's a great way, too. Cleaning's a great morning routine. Let me find a video of the 6th step so you can see. 6th step. Let's just watch a tutorial. How to do the 6th step. Breakdancing tutorial. 1 minute and 42 seconds. Here we go.
The steps. So the first thing for 6th step is you're basically feet are hip width apart, just like if you would do a plank, but your plank is closed, feet are hip width apart. You're using your left leg to cross in between the right hand and the right foot. Once it crosses in, the back leg comes in, and you're bending the side knee. Once it bends, so you're like this position, you bring the crossed knee up to the front. Once you bring it to the front, the right leg sweeps over to cross over the left leg, the left leg goes back, and then you come back to position 1. So how you start it. So 1, 2, 3, sweep, step, out. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Shift with your weight. 1, one arm, 2, switch over, cross in front, back, out. And that is your 6th step.
Do the whole thing. It doesn't look very cool when you just take it in steps, but maybe in the front you'll do it. There we go.
Alright, so footwork.
So you've seen that before, right? 6 step. I call it the sick step. Because people be like, dude, this girl's sick. I've never seen steps this thick. So that's cool. We got people in the stream taking mushroom gummies. I missed my Monday mushroom day, but I did one yesterday, and it was kind of a fitful experience. Kind of fitful. I was sensing a lot of, and it's hard to tell whether or not this is all sort of internal feelings that are that I'm having personally, or if it's because it feels like the experience feels like I'm tapping into something external to myself, like feeling a lot of anxiety and fear and negative energy. And my trip, that sort of mental imagery that I'm getting, it's not visual hallucinations, it's just kind of mental imagery, right? Like thoughts, seeing things in your mind's eye. But it was dominated by just chaos and like waves crashing. Natural chaotic forces around. And it felt kind of tempestuous and fitful. And it feels like I'm sort of tapping into the collective subconscious at that moment. And I don't know if it was like related to the the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or what, like the growing political unrest and just all this stuff, or if it was related to like the construction and ambulances, sirens that I hear outside. But even if I'm not tapping into the collective subconscious, we know that there's a lot of chaos around us all the time. And it happens in pockets, right? It's not evenly distributed. And so there's storms out there. And the sort of dominant metaphor and imagery that came to mind when I was trying to process all of this chaos and figure out what I needed to do in order to remain grounded and sort of stable and emotionally calm, is I came away with this, a single picture, a single image. And the image was basically 3 circles, right? 3 circles. And if you think of these, just think of them as poles. And just think about, now turn these 3 sort of circles, rotate it this way, and then extrude those circles so that they're 3 poles, right? Like 3 legs of a table, just perfectly round. Now imagine those 3 legs in some kind of water, right? So they're sticking out of the water. And imagine that the water is kind of like the ocean, and there's there's large waves, and there's tempests around, and there's a lot of sort of chaos in the water, like lots of big waves. And imagine that the storm, sort of all of these waves are kind of coming together and hitting these 3 poles in the center of the ocean. What the 3 poles do is they take and sort of deflect all of those forces, and they sort of distribute all of that energy, right, around them. And it creates these sort of concentric waves. And in the center, um, when these three poles are sort of distributing those waves, you get these sort of constructive and or these destructive interference patterns where the waves sort of cancel each other out, right? So you create a pocket right in the middle in between these different poles. And in particular, the very middle of those three poles, you create a perfect central point of destructive interference where there's calmness, right? So even though outside of that sort of triangle, a little triangle of calmness, there's lots of chaos. And then you channel all those forces and you distribute the energy and you create a perfect sort of calm, like a calm in the storm, right? And so if we think about ourselves when we find ourselves in chaotic situations, I think it's helpful to think of ourselves as these poles, these buffers, right? And it's hard to do that all by yourself. But the more that you kind of add a bunch of these poles, right? So you could take that triangular formation of the three poles and you could start tessellating them, right? You create a network of these buffers and then you create a sort of interior of calmness, even though there's a lot of chaos sort of outside of that. So there's this stable sort of crystalline configuration that dissipates energy and creates an interior of sort of calmness. Is that cool? Does that make sense? Sound is starting to feel really light, kind of an uplifting feeling. Reaction and diffusion. What's up, Thunder Dude? How are you, man? Any news event is as relevant as how much they cover it. Yeah, that's true, Thunder Dude. Yeah, we got to make sure that we don't overreact because the media has a tendency to amplify. And we know that there's this thing called, what the hell is it called? I did a video on this. Let me look up my video real quick. I'm sure it'll come to me. But that.
So, base of footwork, feet are out.
Oops.
You're just basically from the side.
Let me get in Discord in case anyone wants to jump in. All right, I'll be in stream room. Open invitation if anyone wants to jump on. What's up, Nitro? Hey, what time do you usually start? Probably around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sometimes it's a little earlier, sometimes it's a little later. Bravo says a homogeneous orientation that is fault tolerant. That's what the triangle reminds me of. That's interesting. So what was I thinking of? Oh yeah. The news and the news cycle. We all know that if it bleeds, it leads, right? Things that kind of spook us and scare us are always on the headlines because that's what we pay attention to more than anything else. We have survival instincts. It's our nature as a species to orient towards things that threaten our lives, right? Because ultimately, if you don't survive, everything else is a moot point. So this leads to a thing called the negativity bias in psychology, which is there's a number of different ways that you can measure how we are sort of more biased towards thinking about threats than we are towards sort of rewards. So you can see this in our language, right? We have many more words for pain than we do for pleasure, right? So if you just try to, collect a big list of adjectives for a kind of pain, right? We've got beering, burning, cutting, searing, scathing, um, uh, rankling. We've got all of these adjectives for different types of pain. But if you think about like types of pleasure, like things feel good, right? Or they feel great. There's like, there's not a huge vocabulary in terms of how nuanced we subdivide our categories for pleasure when you compare them to how we subdivide our categories for pain. So that's one way to kind of measure this negativity bias type of thing. And then there's other ways, right? So we have better memories for threats as well. Maybe I'll just load this segment of my video. Thunderdude says there have already been dozens of school shootings in the U.S. in 2025. Some sources say between 40 to 80, depending on what you count. But when something happens involving high-profile conservative like Charlie Kirk, suddenly it's treated like this is new or a shocking break from what everyone knows. The truth is the frequency of these tragedies has been steadily increasing, and the surprise in reaction often reflects selective attention, not unique severity. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Thunderdude. I think you're right about that. And I remember there was school shootings were a big thing in the news. When was it? I'm not sure what year it was, but there was a couple of school shootings that got big press coverage, and it felt like something fundamentally new was happening when, if you just look at the distribution of the number of school shootings like over the years, it was fairly stable, right? So it's like, it's strange that we have this selective attention, and the news, however they decide what is relevant, that affects how we perceive our reality and how severe a problem is. The availability heuristic. Let's talk about the availability heuristic. Let me just ask Copilot. The availability heuristic. That's what I was trying to think of. What is the availability heuristic? The availability heuristic just means that information that comes easily to mind, we judge it. We judge its frequency or severity based on how easily we can think about it. Right? So, this affects the way that we perceive news events. So if there's a big major plane crash, right? If you can think about a recent plane crash, right? If it's fresh in your mind, if it comes to mind easily, then we kind of mistake how easily something comes to mind with how prescient it is, right? Or how severe or how likely that event will be. So this is called the availability heuristic. This happens because we don't actually know the base rate, right? Like we don't know the actual probability of a certain event. So we use this kind of heuristic. If something happened recently, then chances are it's a threat, right? So we overestimate the chance of a particular threat because it comes to mind easily, and then we kind of we think about it and we focus on it. So let's ask Copilot to explain this a little bit better than I am.
Hey Roy, you're back. What's new with you?
Hey, I was just trying to explain the idea of the availability heuristic. It's cognitive bias where when something comes to mind easily, our perception is that if it comes to mind easily, then it has a high probability or likelihood of happening. Can you summarize the availability heuristic and give some examples of how that plays out?
Sure thing.
The availability heuristic is a mental shortcut that relies on immediate examples that spring to mind when evaluating a topic, concept, or decision. This often leads us to overestimate the likelihood of events based on how easily they can be recalled. For instance, after seeing news reports about aeroplane accidents, one might believe such disasters are more common than they are, simply because these incidents are more vivid in memory. It's a fascinating quirk of human thinking.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So now let's marry this with another concept in cognitive psychology, which is the negativity bias, right? And let's try to put this, let's try to connect this to the concept of media amplification, right? If it bleeds, it leads. So we've got media that know what we want to pay attention to. We pay attention to things that threaten us. So our news lines are dominated by that. And then those signals get amplified. So a particular tragic event like an airplane crash or a school shooting will get lots of news coverage. And then because that is being amplified, it embeds itself into our memory. And then the availability heuristic takes over. And because everyone's thinking about it collectively and reinforcing that, then we misperceive how likely of a threat that is. So then we just kind of all become sort of go into panic mode when really we're not thinking about the real probability distribution, right? The base rate. And so we're kind of in this collective delusion, problem of perception, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. The amplification of extreme events by the media can indeed distort our perception of risk. When the availability heuristic kicks in, we're more likely to overestimate the frequency of sensational but rare events, leading to misjudgments about their actual likelihood. This can definitely create a kind of collective delusion about what's truly dangerous.
All right. So Clowns is here. What's up, Clowns? Remember how COVID disappeared when Russia invaded Ukraine? Yeah, is this our limited spotlight of attention where one threat replaces another in the news cycle? And it's hard for us to kind of keep track of all these things simultaneously. And so whatever's kind of in the air in the public consciousness, like that gets amplified, and then we focus on that thing, and then we forget all about everything else, right? Out of sight, out of mind. Bravo Snipes says what's sad about it is that a daughter lost her father, a wife lost her husband, also that nobody should be murdered for speaking their mind. It only highlights the hypocrisy of extremists. Clown says, yeah, a lot of people mistake just because it's on the news, it means that it has to happen a lot when you actually start looking into stuff and start seeing actual numbers. That's just not the case. School shootings, for example, don't happen very often, but because when they do happen, they're covered quite extensively, people think they happen all the time. Exactly what we're talking about, the media amplification, negativity bias, and the availability heuristic. Absolutely. Marriott, are you proposing to me, Roy? Yes, God, yes. Haha, just got home. Hey, Bravo. What? Marriott? Orange Hue, you're doing a great stream. Thanks, Orange Hue. How are you? I don't think I've talked to you before. What's on your mind, man? Do you have any questions, insights? You can join Discord if you want to talk to me live. Bravo's on a 10 kill streak. GG, too easy. Bravo, man, that sword you got, it's too good. Thunder Dude says, if something is absolute, it has no degrees or levels. You cannot be moderate about it. You cannot be extreme about it. You either accept it or reject it. Calling someone an extremist for holding an absolute is meaningless. If someone commits a disreputable act in its name, that does not come from the absolute, but from being unhinged. Thunder Dude, this is interesting. Let me see. Let me read this again. Who we got here? Who's in Discord?
Baby, what's up?
Hey, what up, clowns? How you doing, man?
Why are you so low? Ooh, what is going on here?
Am I low? It looks like.
It's on my end. I got
Oh,
you.
okay.
I got you. Got you.
Sorry, I got something
This
in
is
my
Mama.
eye.
I was with Grandma Clowns today, man. Holy crap, Grandma is fucking nuts. I just got home, man. It's just been a crazy freaking day. I had to call it because she was dry. She was wearing me out. I'm just like, I gotta go. I'm gonna go chill on somebody's stream.
That's
I just need the break.
that's funny when grandma's has so much energy that she's wearing you out, right? Like, dang.
Oh, she's with Caleb now, and she's happy as can be. I think she was trying to bug me all day so she can go spend time with him. Honestly, that's what I think it was.
It's a strategy.
She is in,
She's pushing
yeah,
you
she's in love with that boy.
pushing you away.
Yeah, she just wanted to go spend time with him. But yeah, I took her to lunch and we went shopping and we went to the zoo and shit. Uh, it's
Oh,
actually kind of a fun day.
the zoo.
But
What
yeah, I went to the zoo.
what kind of animals stuck out? What what
Well,
what exhibits were most
the
interesting?
the most interesting. I mean, got to pet a kangaroo. I mean, we got to pet the otter and shit like that. So, like, kind of cool.
Kangaroo.
We have turtles. Yeah,
Look,
little baby ones.
we got someone in chat named Orange Hue, who's in Australia.
Nice.
I
We
wonder.
got a rhyme going on. Let's do it.
I know Orange Hue and the kangaroos down in the outback.
So did you? I wasn't there at the beginning of your stream. Did you play the rap?
No, I haven't,
I
and
thought you talking.
and actually, it's relevant right now, so we should play it, right?
Yeah, we should actually play that.
So
I mean, it's a topic that I thought you'd hop in. That's why I thought you were talking about it.
no, I was gonna wait. I was gonna wait for you, but it's in the collective consciousness right now, so it's likely to come up.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so
Absolutely. A
sounds
second, let me get on the stream real quick on my phone.
okay. So Clowns is a musician. He's great, and he wrote a song about this very thing. Violence, the breakdown of dialogue, is a very, very bad sign, right? But it is kind of, it's in our history. Like it's to be expected. We shouldn't all panic and freak out and think that this is the new norm. That all of these assassinations are going to continue to get worse. They might. It's possible as our political system, if it gets further and further in decline and dialogue breaks down, it could get worse. But let's not panic. Try to remain calm. So Clowns wrote a song about this, and so we're gonna take a listen and let me know what you guys think. All right?
Well, Clowns is in a commercial break, so.
Oh shit. Well, let me wait.
I won't be listening.
Let me wait for the.
I won't be listening. It's a 41-minute commercial. Like what is going on with Twitch, man? So I just closed out.
Fuck.
Play it. I know what the song is.
Goddamn commercials. Orange using pancakes and coffee. That's awesome, man. We got tea. I love pancakes. I make a pretty mean pancake, actually. And if you ever want I found that the secret to making pancakes is just a little bit of, don't go overboard on this, just a tiny dash of nutmeg. Nutmeg is a flavor that tends to take over, but if you have just a little bit of it, it gives it like just this extra little bit of magicness.
Yeah, a little bit of yeah.
Yeah, it's got
Great.
like a nice little touch. All right, let me find that link. Let me find it. Did you send me a link
Yeah, it's
directly?
just sticking me with a 40. It should be in our chat.
It's not spare change.
If it's not, then you'll have to wait until I get back. No, it's not spare change.
What was it called?
You might have to wait until I get back.
Yeah, you have.
I already left.
You have to send me.
It's
a
not
link.
up.
Oh, okay. All right, so we'll get back to that.
I didn't send you a link. No, wait.
Nitro
When
Gold.
did I send it?
The song is just about the breakdown in discourse and civil discourse, and so it kind of relates to shootings like Charlie Kirk, but it references other shootings like Martin Luther King and, you know, a lot of different things. So.
One second, I might know who has it.
Orange Hue says it's spring down in Australia. People have started sneezing, and the birds have started swooping. All right. What kind of birds? What kind of birds swoop down in Australia? And what are they swooping for? So Thunder Dude says violence is not only physical, it can be economic, political, or structural. 1 point drop in GDP can mean millions of deaths from poverty and disease. So to dismiss violence as ridiculous while praising dialogue ignores that dialogue itself can reinforce violent systems. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the.
Where does he get his correlation from? Because,
well, I think we talked about this before, Thunder Dude. I think we have to. When you talk about
correlation doesn't mean causation.
Yeah, I think we need to fine tune and think about. I don't know that seeing violence or having the same word, violence, and applying it in the realm of
universally.
I think that's a little bit over generalizing. Like, there's violence on a personal basis, right? There's like literal bloodshed. There's taking someone's life. That's a form of violence. Is that the same as economic violence? Can we think about...
Well, what's economic violence anyway? Is it people getting mugged constantly? And like you say, violence increases, but I mean, yeah, what do you mean by that? Just because economic circumstances happen doesn't mean that violence necessarily increases. There is such thing as causation and correlation. Sometimes they're not linked, and that's the part that I think a lot of people miss and don't try to process and look at. So just because violence goes up, and like, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a link there.
I mean, there's
a
general trend when people don't have enough to eat, when they find themselves in desperate situations, the incidence of
certain
personal
crimes do go up.
The incidence
Certain
of
crimes
personal
do go up, right?
Yeah, the incidence of personal violence increases. So I see where the connection there is.
Mm-hmm.
But and you said that dialogue...
But usually when poverty becomes a problem, you usually see theft increase. It's not usually violence increases.
Huh. Yeah, we'll have to look at this.
That's the thing.
Praising dialogue ignores that dialogue itself can enforce violent systems. Yeah, I think there's, again, let's not overgeneralize. Dialogue, we're talking about open, right, exchange of information for people, between people that have different views and who are willing to sit down and listen to each other. That's the kind of dialogue that I think we can universally praise. We can't say that all dialogue is beneficial, right? If a bunch of if a bunch of really powerful people get into a room and, you know, plan some sort of conspiracy that hurts a bunch of people, that kind of dialogue is definitely not praiseworthy. So yeah, there's different kinds of dialogues.
I just saw a car accident. Awesome.
There's different kind of dialogues.
Damn. Sorry, I just saw a car accident.
Oh no, dude. Are you alright?
Yeah. No, I'm fine. I just saw a car just smash into a parked car. I don't understand my life sometimes.
Nitro
driving
Gold.
Away. Great.
Nitro Gold says maybe you could get more viewers under the talk show category. Clowns is going underappreciated. Ah, yeah, Clowns is a...
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Bravo says murdering...
See, now I feel the love.
Yeah. Bravo. I think this is the main point that we were getting at, that I think all of us can agree with. Even Thunder Dude, right? Murdering people for a viewpoint is never the answer. That's not helping anything. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to help anything.
Well, no, but like understanding why things happen, it's kind of complex. We tend to link things together that actually have no correlation, and I think that's where half our problems come from. And we get a lot of that. It stems from like news and internet coverage. We try to link everything together. Everything is linked, right?
That's what our brain does. We try to see patterns, and anytime there's a
Because let's just take what he said, for example, right? His statement was so broad that we can link like Charlie Kirk, right, into that category, because that was definitely a violent act. Was it due to poverty, or was it due to political strife? This is why we got to be careful with our words.
We don't really know, and I didn't really watch the news, so I don't know if did they catch the perpetrator? Did they find out? Did they interrogate him? Did they create a story about what his motivation was? Do we know?
Oh, dude, it's great. I watched it, so I got up this morning and I'm looking, and they arrested him, and the FBI comes out, and basically he got caught because his father turned him in due to pressure online, right? And the FBI comes out and basically goes, yeah, the internet helped catch him, right? But you know what? You all need to just go outside and touch some grass. That's what the FBI said. Social media is a vile place. And it's just like, wait, social media is the reason you caught the dude. You guys didn't do anything. It was just absolutely ridiculous. Like we have like cameras everywhere. This guy literally shot a man where there's close to like I think they said there's like 800 cameras in the area. Literally shot him, got in his car, and just drove home. Drove straight home. Not a care in the world. And they couldn't even find him. Are you serious? This is our FBI. It's just like, it's mind-blowing. And then they come out and they're like, internet bad. It's like, internet caught him. What are you talking about? Because a lot of people were reaching out to his father saying, that's your son, and if he did something, he needs to be turned in. His father is actually was in law enforcement. So absolutely crazy.
So back.
Anyways, thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's funny because you kind of, if you look at, I don't know, popular movies or fictional stories about like our Secret Service or our FBI, they always paint them as these super competent, intelligent agencies that know everything and know exactly where you are at all times. And yeah, it's a little bit, life is a little bit more messy than that. And even if you have a lot of funding, doesn't mean you always have the right motivation or the right tools at your disposal to know everything. So that's interesting. I don't know. So Orange Hue.
Well, they knew where he shot from. They knew all the cameras. Nobody tracked him at all. Like, it would not be hard to like track that down, you know. And I'm just sitting there going, dude, I would start at that location, spread out, look at the cameras, see where he's going, look for other cameras, and just follow a chain that way. They didn't even do that. It's like, it's just ridiculous.
You know anything about magpies, clowns? Orange Hue says in Australia, magpies swoop at people. They'll attack anyone within 100 feet of their nest to protect their babies. They mostly peck and claw at the head and face, but not as bad as drop bears. What the heck's a drop bear?
I don't know what a drop bear is. I know what a magpie is, though.
Do I have a favorite kind of tea? Do I have a favorite? I really like jasmine tea. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite, but I really like jasmine tea. This is
I
just a
like
green.
black
This
tea.
I like black tea as well. This is just a green tea. I usually have like Earl Grey. Um, I like.
Now, do you know what black tea is? That's the question.
Do I know what it is? Is a kind of tea leaf.
No, it's just the cut. Not
Oh, it's
even
a.
the tea leaf. It's the
Oh,
cut.
really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
And it tends to have
I like that black.
more caffeine concentrated in that part of the leaf. Is that it?
Well, how they cut it, it's just ununiform cut that just releases more caffeine for some reason. But yeah, it it's one of my favorite cuts of tea. If I'm gonna have tea, I want it to be black tea, and it could be Earl Grey. It could be orange polka. Orange polka black tea is one of my favorites.
Um,
Oh,
yeah, I like all kinds of tea. I usually don't add sugar. Sometimes I'll add honey especially if I'm sick. My throat
ooh, honey.
needs coating. Honey's good.
I like
Honey,
I like a little bit of sugar.
little honey and lemon. Yeah, sugar is not
It's the only
bad.
thing I like sugar in,
Oh, really?
honestly.
So,
Yeah, I don't like sugar in general, and I don't drink a lot of tea. But if I do, I do like it a little bit sweet, because it is tea can be very bitter.
yeah, that's true. Some tea can be, especially if it's like I don't know, English breakfast or Earl Grey. It's a little bit
Yeah.
bitter. You can add a
Well,
little.
orange polka tends to be kind of bitter, so I like it a little bit sweet. It's my favorite kind of tea to buy.
I
But I
remember.
like an Earl Grey. I don't put sugar in Earl Grey because Earl Grey is like a soft kind of taste to it, right?
Okay, yeah.
Not a lot of not a lot of bitterness there.
I remember one flavor tea that I bought, and it was called Mango Oolong, and it was so good. And I don't know
Ooh,
where I got it, but yeah, that was really good.
we should Google it, find out if we can find it.
Thunder Dude says oligarchy.
See,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just reading some more comments.
And chat's important.
Yeah, yeah. Thunder Dude says oligarchy controls dialogue by dominating information flows through media ownership and tech platforms. Elites consolidate power via
Yep.
concentrated media like big tech, prioritizing profit-driven narratives over diverse views. Yeah, absolutely. FedZX9
Well,
says,
then they use diverse views as a platform too to control information too. It's absolutely insane.
yeah, that's really a problem.
The
Is
narrative is great.
putting bottlenecks and control points in the information stream. I think that's what is wrong with the internet is concentrating and dictating the narrative rather than things just kind of evolving organically.
Well, I mean, you remember the early days of the internet. That was just not possible.
Yeah,
You know,
you couldn't really do it before social media.
now it's like everything runs through the platforms like YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok,
Yeah, the gatekeepers.
Facebook. They all control.
The
And
the
if you
gatekeepers.
nobody's going to somebody's blog anymore
Yeah.
and getting information. Nobody's going off of YouTube to watch a video either. So yeah, it's like a huge bottleneck, and it's choked out like diverse views. But they sit there and say, "Well, we're trying to get diverse views," and no, you're still pushing the same views. It's just more different people doing it than an actual diverse view, right?
Yeah. So
And I think it's great that most people don't realize it.
Nitro Gold says you would think that by now there's a satellite ring that can spot fishy things via AI. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably eventually develop a system that is a communication system that is so interconnected and has so many live feeds of basically everything everywhere that you will be able to build some kind of like machine learning supercomputer that can like put all this together and
But is there one now? Is the question
it
that they
will,
ask.
it will have just a total police state or surveillance state. There's a show called Person of Interest that it's basically like Minority
I remember
Report.
that show.
And it imagines this super AI intelligence system that monitors everything and can basically like spot crimes before they happen. Yeah, I don't know. Are we gonna get there? Fed ZX9
Well,
says,
yeah, it's already there.
yeah, you see,
I don't think we are.
you see the precursors of it for sure. I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah. I think you see the ideal of it. I don't even think you see the precursors of it.
The ideal?
Because if you look at what's going on in the world, like we're nowhere near it.
Yeah.
Like they can't even like monitor. Like social media should be able to pick out like certain behavior traits that so that something's about to happen. They can't even know. If they can, they're telling us.
Fed
You know what I mean?
Say that again?
I said that, like even social media can't even pick out behavior traits online that something's about to happen and somebody's going on ends, right? And if they can, they're telling us.
There's just so much.
Too.
There's just so much data right now. It's like a problem of big data.
Yeah.
Like how do you sort through all this information, right? And maybe we do need some kind of like Skynet type supercomputer to actually make sense of this.
Skynet, nice.
Fed ZX9 says, I like apple tea. That sounds really great, actually. I've never had apple tea. Have you had apple tea, clowns?
Yeah. It's actually pretty decent.
Hey,
It's
we
like
got a
AI.
raid. The brain domain is back. Hey, man.
Again, nice.
Hey, ladies and gents. Did you have a nice stream? What did you talk about
Yeah,
today
how
on
was
your
your
stream?
stream?
What are you talking about? Maybe we can piggyback off it. Maybe we can keep the brain
Oh, that'd be great.
the brain domain rolling. Get back on a new train. See? This is a kindred spirits. Kindred spirits. The brain domain, and you jump in here and you jump on the brain train. So nobody can complain about that
And you
thing.
should definitely shout them out and definitely pin it up on top for the next 5 minutes. Everybody should go follow. Show some love.
Hey, can you do that? Admin? Oh no, you're on a walk.
I'm not at home.
I'm terrible
Or I
at
definitely would.
I'm terrible at adminning, and I just
So
can't
you just
fucking
do
multitask.
it's excellent. I think it's // SO then in their name and then just enter in the chat.
Dance is in the house. What's up, Dance? How's it going? Did you enjoy our conversation yesterday about time and probability theory and music? And what else did we talk about? Attention. Attentional, just our attention's
Some
getting
dance.
hijacked. You're chilling? Nice. So welcome, Raiders. If anyone has any questions, let me know. What are we talking about before we got this? Before we got a raid, where were we going? Did I tell you about? So we were talking about the availability.
I think
heuristic.
I'm lagging. I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries. Thoughts on UAP, unidentified flying aerial phenomena. I don't have any personal thoughts on UAP because I've never seen them. But there has been enough talk where I won't dismiss it altogether. There have been many people that are coming out and saying that they've seen orbs, right? These strange aerial phenomena that are orb-like, and they seem to defy all known physical laws of flying technology as we have them today. So it's interesting. I don't know, man. I had a friend actually came on the stream, and he described seeing one of these orbs when he was driving, and he was like, "Yeah, I didn't believe in any of this stuff, and then I saw one, and I was just like, what is that? How is that possible?" And then I did watch. There was a congressional hearing on UAPs pretty recently, which it felt like was just kind of a, I don't know, the timing was kind of suspicious. It felt like it was just a distraction
that helps.
tactic. But yeah, they were talking about, the orbs, seeing some of them go underwater, and just all of the people that were testifying were just like, we don't know what these things are. That did just
Really gross. You're like lagging really bad.
I'm lagging.
You exit and join back in on Discord
Sure, let me try that.
by chance. See if that fixes this massive slow-mo talking.
Let's do that. It's a good idea.
See if that works.
All right, any better?
Oh, so much better. And you were just
nice.
talking in such slow motion, and it was choppy, and really, it was like, it was awful.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that fixed it. Okay, thank God.
Internet.
Oh, Discord has been awful lately.
Internet. Why can't we all just get some kind of Neuralink BMI chip and have direct mind-to-mind communication? Because that would fix all of our problems.
Because people like me definitely would not do it because I like my mind to be
Your
mine.
own? No one listening in? Well, maybe you could have like a, how on Discord and stuff, like you can show your activity. Maybe you can have like an on-off switch where you're either open to receive,
My
sending
problem
and
with that
receiving
is
signals.
I have a lot of thoughts I definitely would not share.
Yeah. Bravo says, but then people would hack us. What are you talking about, man? That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody would hack us. What are you talking about?
Like Ghost in the Shell? It's been a while. I don't remember the Ghost in the Shell storyline. So. Dan says, I don't want spams in my brain. Clowns knows what's up. You don't want spam in your brain?
Oh, hell no.
Could you imagine you have to subscribe to like ad block software for your brain so you don't get spam, and you have
Oh God, and I definitely would.
Oh my gosh.
The fact that you have to hack your own stuff just to be safe would be insane. Just so you can have your own mind. That would be just nuts.
Thunder
right?
Dude, yeah, that would be nuts. Yeah. Yeah, direct advertising straight to your brain.
Oh yeah, that's the dream.
You're just walking around.
Right.
You're just walking around. I mean, we're probably going closer to this, right? You get like smart glasses technology, and anytime you walk towards a store, this is kind of like AR, augmented reality technology. You get little displays and customized ads that come up on your glasses depending on where you, like if you're walking by a shoe store or something, based on your profile, it'll show you some like new Nikes if you're a cross runner. You're a cross runner or something, right? It's like that's the dystopian future where advertising is just completely where we're maximizing our attention, and there's no longer limits, or the physical world is no longer a limitation on where you can place ads because you're receiving them.
Well, think about it for somebody like me. Could you imagine, like, my product is music, right? You're just walking down the street, my song just all of a sudden it's in your head. That would be awful for some people, because some people don't like my music.
So Thunder Dude says, here's a hot take you can talk about. Electing is not democracy. It's deliberate. Let's see.
Deliberate what?
It's a deliberate ploy of dispossession. I would say that.
Interesting.
Who was that? I heard someone? Is that just a random person on the street? Electing. So it depends on the.
Yeah. Sorry.
It depends on the election, right? Because if you're talking about local elections, or you're talking about just a smaller group of people, and it depends on how the rules of the election, right? If you're talking about U.S. elections, yeah, there's problems there because the elections are, there's money in the system, so it's open to corruption. But election as a general sort of process, I don't think is problematic. It's just the devil's in the details, right? It's the particular instantiation of the election process that makes it either functional or dysfunctional. And I think you're right.
Right.
The election process here in the U.S., it's there's so many problems with it that it's not really.
Wow, it's busy. I'll come back later.
It feels like it's more of a distraction rather than a solution. So
You're welcome.
I would agree with you there.
You're fine.
Clowns, we need you to narrate a documentary like David Attenborough, Bravo Snipe says.
I would love to do that.
That would be so much fun. I would, yeah.
I actually have. Whenever I get home, I actually have a DJ spot that I did for. I auditioned for, and I'll send it to you if you want to play it on stream. That would be great. It's just a bunch of Clowns in the Hollow kind of thing that I did, trying to get to be a DJ in this game. And it's such a crappy game, but I actually love that game. And it's from like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And I'll have to send it to you. You can play it on stream. You guys, I think they'd get a kick out of it.
Yeah, that would be interesting. So what's the game again?
What was it called? I forget what it was called. It was a business simulator is what it was. I forget the name of it. I own it. I have to, whenever I get home, I'll look and see what the name of the game is. I own so many games, so it might take me a second. Oh God, I can't remember it. But basically, you buy businesses in it. And, one of the features they were talking about adding was a radio inside the car, and they asked if anybody wanted to be a DJ, and I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. And I put it in, and then they decided to go with a free, so they can just use any kind of music, right? Instead of just using one person's. So it got shot down, but it's all good.
So you did go to the zoo. Did you get any footage? Because you could do like a fun short video where you narrate maybe petting the kangaroos
Going again
or the
on
otters.
Tuesday, and maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that on Tuesday when we go again.
You can do a honey badger video of your own, clown style.
They don't have honey badgers at the zoo, but we do have otters, kangaroos, tons of birds, penguins, flamingos, stuff like that. So the zoo here is not like one of the big parks, you know.
Yeah.
They have llamas and goats. That's a big attraction. It's just like, oh, come on.
Yeah, llamas and goats don't really do it for me.
They don't do it for me either.
I don't know.
But that's a big attraction. They have an entire section of the zoo for that. I mean, we have lions and tigers. We have a snow leopard too. That's kind of cool. But the snow leopard's always hiding, so how cool would that be? Most of the time, you're just going, where the fuck is he?
I hear they're very elusive.
The beast is hiding in the bushes.
Cat Dev 90 and bears. What's a drop bear, by the way? We never resolved this issue.
Yeah, I need to Google that.
Let me look up what is a drop bear.
Yeah, describe it to me.
Oh, can refer to a mythological carnivorous koala in the Australian folklore used to scare tourists. Or it can refer to some software, a lightweight open source secure shell server and client designed for embedded systems and low resource environments like routers.
That's crazy.
The mythological drop bear is a large predatory creature that drops from trees onto unsuspecting prey. While the software is a real and practical tool for remote access on small devices. Thanks for that
Awesome.
Thanks for
Great
that
ad.
disambiguation there, Google.
Great
Oh,
ad
here's
there.
some photos.
Ad placement.
Here's some photos of drop bears. I guess it's just a koala. It's a hoax
Koala.
it's a hoax in contemporary Australian folklore, featuring a predatory carnivorous version of the koala. Check it out. Here's one with the automatic gun. Oi, mate, help us help you. Legend or myth? Beware the drop bear. Oh, I didn't show there was a image of a quad. There, you can see it. It's got a. What kind of gun is that? It's got a semi-automatic weapon.
I'm gonna let this 41-minute ad run. It will not let me escape this 40-minute ad on your channel. It's starting to really get annoying.
I hate
Which
ads.
is getting really ridiculous.
Yeah. I saw an ad break.
41 minutes.
Yeah, I saw an ad break on another stream, and I was like, what the hell? There's so many commercials. I feel like it was like 2 minutes or something, the one that I had.
Well, it puts the countdown on there on how long it is through, and it's like, oh, 41 minutes. Oh, great.
Thunderdude says we need to breed lizard, lion, eagle hybrids for the zoo. You'd go if they had griffins and dragons? We can do that.
That'd be crazy.
Have you heard of CRISPR software? Let's do it. You want to start a bio?
for it.
You want to start a bioengineering company to bring griffins and dragons into reality? Wouldn't it be cool if we had like pet dragons? Or the possibility.
I know. Do they breathe fire is the question. I have a friend that would love that.
If they breathe. Oh, yeah. I know the friend. Yeah.
Yeah, you know my friend. So yesterday, yeah, she saw a car with flamethrowers coming up the headlights, and I'm like, it has to be fire, just the way she sounded. And I look and, yep, fire.
It sounds like she must be a Mad Max fan. Did she like Mad Max?
I'm thinking, I don't know, I should ask her. I think she likes real life fire, not movies, because she doesn't really watch movies very often. So,
Dragon taxis. Ooh, that would be fun.
yeah,
Yeah.
be ecstatic.
Load up your Uber app, and you're like, should I get luxury, economy, or dragon? Yeah, I'm gonna go with dragon. Definitely.
We'd go with Dragon, wouldn't you? I'd pay extra for that.
I would pay extra for dragon for sure. Just a little saddle.
Oh, absolutely.
Not too much. I mean,
A little saddle.
you don't want
You get the,
like luxury. If you're on a dragon, you're doing it for the thrill, right? So you just want some kind of, place to secure yourself, like a saddle and some stirrups, and then maybe a leash.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I can't get this eyelash out of my eyeball. You ever had this problem?
Oof. No.
It's like
All the time,
stabbing me in
actually.
the eye, and it's driving me nuts. Oh, there we go. I think I got it. Bravo says I want the flying car from Harry Potter. You ever wonder?
Okay, I'm going to ask you one or two. Which one? Pick a number.
2.
Third wonder it is.
1 is the loneliest number.
It's not as lonely as number 2.
Is that how the song goes?
Yeah.
One
is the loneliest number,
loneliest
but
number
it's
that
not.
you ever knew. Yeah, you're right. That is
2 is just as lonely as 1.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the heck? What is that song
It's the
about?
loneliest number since the number 1.
What is that supposed to mean? What is that song
It's about relationships not being fulfilling.
Oh, so
That's
like
what that song's literally about.
so yeah, so you're like, I don't want to be alone, so I find someone, and then you find out that the relationship's not what you hoped it would be.
Just as bad
and
as being alone.
It's not fulfilling, and it's actually worse because
Now you
Now
lost
you're-
your sense of identity.
now you've lost a sense of hope, or like, oh geez,
Crazy song, right?
that is a crazy
And
song.
it had the whole nation singing it,
Yeah,
and nobody knew what it was about. They don't pay attention to lyrics. They just pay attention to the melody.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want a flying car, but I kind of just want to like evolve wings. You know, like I just want to
I don't want a flying
spin a
car.
cocoon.
Just for the simple fact, I'm watching watch drivers, and you see how crazy it is here on the ground. Put that. Oh,
Yeah, add a dimension to
half
that.
of my life.
Add a whole dimension to that.
Dude, I don't want to die. You will die.
We were talking about the three body problem, right? Like you add one more dimension,
Yeah.
and now it's just like the complexity is just
Pure chaos.
pure chaos, man. You don't want to
Pure
put
chaos.
you don't want to put biased humans that can barely drive in 2 dimensions in a 3-dimensional space with total freedom. Like what the hell?
Dude, we can barely handle the one dimension on the road right in front of them. And you want to like every direction on top of that? Like no.
Yeah, we'd need like currents, you know, like we'd need like tubes of air that you have to stay
Yeah.
within. Yeah, you'd need like some way to create currents in the air.
Tubing system.
Bravo says, but it works with magic. Of course, man. Everything works with magic.
Worse when Hollywood's involved.
Dude, why is my eyelash stuck in my eye again, clowns? What the hell? I'm cursed.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder, man.
Oh, Jesus. The eyelashes.
Hey, come on, you got to give that one to me. Come on.
That was a good
That was
one.
good.
That was a good one. Oh, my gosh.
You got to laugh a little bit.
They do
But
have...
the pain isn't worth it.
I think I saw some flying car prototypes pretty recently. Didn't some big company
There's
announce
quite a
them?
few of them.
Yeah, there's quite a few, and none of them look very cool at all. Or at least
Oh, they never do.
I never felt impressed by any of them. You know, because you like.
Oh, I'm definitely not.
I'm expecting a miniature flying saucer like in the Jetsons. You know, that has all
Oh,
these,
no.
all these degrees of freedom, but it's just like, it just looks like a shitty
A shitty car that somebody threw
helicopter.
wings on,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, they all look. Let's see.
They
If
do
we
wings
can,
on it. It's like it's a plane now. It's like no, that's not a plane.
it just looks dysfunctional. You know, it's like those ducks, those duck things where it's like a car and a boat at the same time. And you're like, yeah, but this sucks at both of them.
Yeah.
Sucks at both of those functions. You know, it's just like you solve too many problems. Let's see, flying.
Yeah, what's up with that? By the way, like, why do we need an aquatic fucking vehicle that can drive on the road, but also drive at the bottom of a fucking lake? Like, that makes no sense to me. Get a sub. It's safer.
All right. Let's see. Top stories. Joby and Archer
What's
stock.
top stories?
Joby and Archer stock jump because Trump likes flying cars. What is this? So this looks like a little like propeller drone, just scaled up.
I don't think it's just because Trump likes flying cars.
Well, you know, people like simple stories and simple explanations, so there you go. A June executive order from President Donald Trump created a testing program for eVTOLs, short for electric vertical takeoff and landing. These are essentially helicopter-like vehicles designed to be used in more densely populated urban environments. Technology can enable air taxi services, which sometimes create visions of flying cars taking passengers above road traffic on short-haul flights.
It's not
Joby's...
the first time America sunk money into that, though.
Oh, it's not?
Oh, no, we did that all in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah, it does just kind of feel like a vexing problem that's maybe
Not even that important.
that's not even that important, yeah.
It just seems like a way to just throw money at something because the budget's too big. That's what it really feels like. Am I wrong?
No, I never said you were wrong. Maddie Holmes says even the
No, I'm
Jetsons.
asking, am I wrong? I know you didn't say. I'm asking,
I don't. No, I don't.
am I wrong? Feeling like,
I don't know enough. I don't know enough to pass judgment. I reserve my right to remain silent so that I don't self-incriminate.
you bastard.
Maddie Holmes says,
No, you must speak on this topic.
I refuse. No. Maddie Holmes says the Jetsons had the worst 1960s LA traffic jams, even the Jetsons. Yeah, that's interesting. So if we somehow created a system for flying vehicles, would we just what's the effect where you add a lane to a highway and you just incentivize more people to start driving, and so there's just more,
Yeah.
like more people start driving on the extra lane, so the extra lane that was supposed to reduce traffic, actually it just renormalized.
Increases it.
Yeah. It just incentivized more
Yeah.
people to drive. What's that phenomenon called? I think it's called something, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't remember what it's called, but I know what you're talking about. LA did that. They went to like 8 lanes, and it just did not help.
Yeah. Bravo says
I remember
honestly
when they did that.
they've got, dude, yeah, some of the highways in LA, yeah, 8 lanes. I think there's probably I think there's some that are like actually 10 lanes too, or parts of like the.
Did they move to 10?
Did they move to the 10?
That's crazy. I don't know.
Bravo
Wouldn't
says,
surprise me, honestly.
yeah. Bravo would rather be on a broomstick than Nimbus 3000. Those look pretty cool, but they don't look very comfortable, man. I don't know where my balls are supposed to go.
I don't know
on
if I
that
want
thing.
to stick up my ass.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Where are my balls supposed to go?
Dude, if you turn just wrong, dude, that's just hitting your junk, man. And
Exactly.
you're definitely feeling that.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, clowns.
Not only do you find your G spot, you also find a new way not to have kids. At the same time, I'll pass.
Bravo says buy a saddle. All right, let's ask ChatGPT.
Buy a saddle.
This is gonna bug me because I can't think of the name for that phenomenon. So I'm gonna ask AI.
Hold on. Let me look.
No,
look it up.
I'm just gonna ask AI. Don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah, ask AI. There you go.
Absolutely. The amplification of extreme events by the media
Google.
can indeed
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
distort.
whoa.
Yeah, AI works.
Well, we're different topic, new topic. You ready?
Absolutely. I'm ready. What's on your mind?
Okay, so there's a phenomenon whereby if you add a lane in a highway in traffic, it incentivizes more people to drive, so you end up just kind of renormalizing to the traffic that you added the lane to get rid of. What is this called? What's the effect or phenomenon?
That's
maybe
the Brass's
something, though.
paradox, or sometimes referred to as induced demand. It's when increasing road capacity encourages more people to drive, leading to the same or even worse congestion. Intriguing, isn't it?
Sorry, could you repeat? What is it called?
It's called Brass's paradox, or sometimes referred to as induced demand.
Brass's paradox. I don't think I've heard that before.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That's never heard of it either. That's not like interesting. Okay.
Brass's paradox?
But I'm assuming it means implying a solution that isn't really a solution. I'm assuming that's what that is.
Let me read Wikipedia here. Brass? I don't even know how to... Brassus? I would not be able to pronounce that if I hadn't heard AI say it. Is the observation that adding one or more roads to a road network can slow down overall traffic flow through it. The paradox first discovered by Arthur Pigou in 1920 and later named after a German mathematician Dietrich Brassus in 1968. Paradox may have
Interesting.
analogies in electrical power grids and biological systems. It has been suggested that, in theory, the improvement of a malfunctioning network could be accomplished by removing certain parts of it. Paradox has been used to explain incidences of improved traffic flow when existing major roads are closed.
It's the exact opposite of what we're saying.
Yeah. Well, no, that improvement, also that improvement might be achieved by actually eliminating roads.
Yeah,
Or
that's what I'm saying. It's the
doing,
exact opposite of what we're
doing the reverse. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Dietrich Brassis, a mathematician at Ruhr University, Germany, noticed the flow in a road network could be impeded by adding a new road. When he was working on traffic modeling, his idea was that if each driver is making the optimal self-interested decision as to which route is the quickest, a shortcut could be chosen too often for drivers to have the shortest travel times possible. More formally, the idea behind Brassis' discovery is that the Nash equilibrium may not equate with the best overall flow through a network. Oh.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Oh.
Yeah, Nash equilibrium. Oh God, jeez, I didn't even think about that.
That is, yeah, that's kind of crazy.
That's brilliant, though. I mean,
The paradox is stated as follows. For each point of a road network, let there be given the number of cars starting from it and the destination of the cars. Under these conditions, one wishes to estimate the distribution of traffic flow. Whether one street is preferable to another depends not only on the quality of the road, but also on the density of the flow. If every driver takes the path that looks most favorable to them, the resultant running times need not be minimal. Furthermore, it is indicated by an example that an extension of the road network may cause a redistribution of the traffic that results in longer individual running times.
well, one of the things that Google does is it doesn't give the same route to everybody, and it tries to keep traffic low in certain areas. So it'll give different directions to people going to the same location. Keep traffic low.
Yeah, to reroute traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even whenever it's not even overly congested, it'll do that. But I've actually been in the same car with somebody and had two different routes, and it's just like, that's crazy.
Oh, two different phones produce two different routes?
Yeah.
Ask AI what they think about you based on your discussions. You know, if they had...
Actually, I want to know what it thinks.
If the AI...
That's a good one.
If the AI... But the problem is it doesn't have memory. Like, it doesn't have memory of all the discussion history.
Yeah.
It's like, it forgets.
It only has... And the thing is, it's like AI, it only keeps things that you think are important, too. Not what it thinks is important.
Yeah, that's true. Maddie Holmes says, a stick up your ass? How are you riding that broomstick? Incorrectly, apparently.
Hey, I like a little kink in my travel. That's all I
You want to be...
Hi, lady. Why are you staring?
You want to be...
Oh, my God.
Yeah. That's
That
the
lady.
the dream, being stimulated and while you're moving. You can't do that in public transit.
Are you okay?
Or at least it's still against the law.
Okay, drive away. Fine, whatever. Oh, my God. Fucking people.
Did you get someone flashing you?
No, she's staring at me and ran right into the curb. Went right up onto the sidewalk.
You're kind of like, it's weird, you know? Have you seen those, some billboards, I don't know if there's a law against this, but have you seen any billboards of like really attractive women with like low-cut shirts or whatever, and there's these you put a giant billboard of a really attractive woman on the side of the road, and
I'm
like,
not good look. I'm like
you increase accidents.
I'm charismatic.
You increase accidents.
Charismatic. That's all there is.
So you're like one of those
that's
billboards.
all it is.
You're like one of those billboards.
It's fucking dumb.
Why
am I that, like, I look like shit today, too. Because I've been out all day, and I'm tired.
Okay.
kind of sweaty,
I have a new idea for a question to
really
ask AI.
gruff, haven't shaved, nothing. And fucking she just crashed into the sidewalk. What the fuck?
All right.
All right, I'm gonna send you the song now. We
Take
can
a
do
moment. I'm gonna ask one more. Yeah, send me the song. So, Clowns has got a song, and it's really good. So we're gonna listen to it and talk about it. I have another question for AI. Has to do with sexy
Ooh.
billboards. All right.
Awesome. Let me mute, and I want to hear that.
Yeah, Bress's paradox. It's a counterintuitive concept in
Wait,
which
Wait. Cancel. Next topic.
Sure. Moving on. What's next on your mind?
Sexy billboards. Is there a law anywhere that states that you cannot have giant billboards of sexy girls or men because it increases the number of traffic accidents? Or is there any studies that show that accidents increase when you have a giant billboard of some sexual nature?
There isn't a universal law against such billboards, but some places do have regulations to limit sexually suggestive content in public advertising. Studies have shown that such billboards can be distracting to drivers, potentially increasing the risk of accidents. Many areas address this with content regulations rather than outright bans. It's an interesting intersection of advertising and road safety.
That's what you are, Clowns. You're just a sexy billboard. A walking sexy billboard.
I got a question. Tell the AI
Never been
about me.
called that before. I'm just
give
here
it a
to
brief-
engage and
brief
inform,
rundown
but
of me.
I'll take the comparison in
And
stride.
ask
What's
the
next on your
AI
mind?
what it thinks. Because I'm kind of curious on that since we got AI at our disposal. Like, give it just a quick rundown of my life. Kind of curious what it thinks.
So you just want me to describe an individual who is constantly being assaulted by the people around him?
Sexually assaulted, yes, and just an abnormal amount of weird things happen. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. Like describe me to the AI and then ask it what it thinks. I want to know.
I don't think it. Okay, well, we'll try to do this. I don't think it's going to give a better explanation than you and I can give either. It's basically our Truman Show idea. I think because that's the only explanation that fits the bill. That you're in a
I want to
television.
see what it comes up with.
You're in a television show. You don't know it. Everyone else does, and they all think that you're the coolest person in the world, and they want to be near you, and they want to be on TV with you.
My question is, how much are you being paid, Roy?
I'm not going to fall into that trap. No matter how I answer,
I see.
there's a problem because I show my cards. I'm not going to take your bait. Lack 3 Demonius. Lack 3 Demonius says London recently banned content like described in the underground system in London. In the underground system. Yeah, the underground, maybe it's...
The underground is a subway system, is
what
that is, by the way.
Right. The subway. I guess...
Yeah, it's the train.
Maybe it's darker in there. There's some corners that you can hide in. Maybe they don't want people masturbating in public and making a mess. I don't know, because
people are shitting down in the tunnels. They're pissing. They're having sex. They're freaking stabbing each other. They're macing each other. They're beating each other. Yeah, it's a mess.
I wonder. So, do you think that these imagery may be stimulating, I don't know, the wrong kind of thoughts, priming people
in a primal state,
in a certain mindset that makes them do more, I don't know, for lack of a better term, animalistic, automatic activities that are generally socially frowned upon?
It could be. I mean, I think it could be them putting them in a primal state, and their mind becomes more visceral and more aware and more aggressive. I think that's possible. All right, let's ask the AI the question about me and let's see what it comes up with. I'm just curious. I actually never thought about doing that.
I'll do my best. All right, here goes. Hey, co-pilot.
Hey there, what's up?
I have a friend who has a strange, peculiar situation that I was hoping you could give me an explanation for. Are you up for the challenge?
Absolutely. I love a good challenge. What's your friend's peculiar situation?
So, my friend, whenever he goes out on a walk in public spaces, he's always sort of accosted by people who either want to tell them that they love him, or they tell them that they want to have sex with him, or they just grab his body, or they flash themselves in a sexually suggestive manner. And he doesn't know why this is happening, and none of us experience this. So, what kind of strange anomaly is this? How is this possible in the world that we live in?
That's quite an unusual situation. It sounds like a mix of strong personal magnetism and perhaps some misunderstanding or lack of boundaries on the part of others. It could be his appearance, demeanor, or even something about the way he interacts that draws this attention. If it's causing discomfort, he might need to set clear boundaries or seek advice on how to handle such situations. It's quite a rare thing to hear.
Pretty weak explanation. Wasn't very
Well,
creative.
explain to it that like this. Well, I mean, explain to it like this happens on a daily basis, and it has been going on for years, and no matter how I try to change it, my behavior, it always happens. And it's not about setting boundaries because these are people that I just run into.
Right.
It's out in public that it happens. So explain it to that way. It's not about boundaries. These are people that within minutes, seconds of them seeing me, they do this shit. It's insane.
Bravo says, important context, he's a clown. Blondie Blue says, maybe you just have a certain aura about you, man. Yeah, that's the best explanation I can say, is that, yeah, you got some crazy aura. You just got a fucking weird aura, man. It's gravity, somehow. Gravity. People can't help themselves.
I think that might be it, but it's really weird. It's like people, whenever they see it, especially women, they become overly aggressive and overly like sexual charged. It's kind of interesting to see that, because whenever I talk to my friends and stuff, they're like, "Oh yeah, I get hit on."
Okay, so Lac3 Demonius has some... I missed this whole thread here. So, he said, London recently banned content like that described in the underground system in London. That'll always happen even after we got rid of phone boxes. Yes, for example, I was forces. We got shown an American journalist being harmed. Reason for showing us was to discuss why he was so calm. He went through daily beatings, worse, dragged out, made to read a script, cameras, etc., thrown on the floor, blade, then dragged back to the cell, months and months. It's perspective conditioning. Small world syndrome blends to happenstance. Sorry, do you understand this, Chris? Feel like I'm missing something. So, you got shown an American journalist being harmed. Reason for showing us was to discuss why he was so calm. He went through daily beatings, dragged out, made to read a script, cameras, etc., thrown on the floor, dragged back to the cell, months and months. It's perspective conditioning. So you're saying that they were conditioning the journalist, or they were conditioning the people to habituate to the awful things that were being done to the outsider? What do you mean? Sorry. Not sure I understand it. Well, both, he says. Small world syndrome. Small world syndrome. Syndrome? I've heard of the small world effect. Is it a syndrome? So I'm guessing you're referring to the idea that we see coincidences around us, and we're like, huh, small world, right? Like, and that might just be our mistaking these coincidences for some kind of well, I don't know. What do you mean by small world syndrome? I fail. I'll ask ChatGPT.
It sounds like you're looking for a different perspective. It's always good to gather insights from various sources. Good luck with ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Jesus, like calling out the wrong girl's name in bed. I'm sorry, Copilot. But aren't you? You're based on ChatGPT, aren't you?
I'm built by Microsoft, drawing on the latest in AI technology.
Can you tell me about something called small world syndrome? Is that a thing?
Small world syndrome isn't a widely recognized medical or psychological condition. The term might be used informally to describe the feeling that the world is smaller than it seems, often due to unexpected connections or coincidences. It's not a scientific term, but rather a way of expressing surprise at how interconnected people and events can be. Did you have something specific in mind about this idea?
No, that's kind of what I was thinking that it was referring to, right? It's when you experience some kind of coincidence that seems really, I don't know, fortuitous or profound, and you imagine that you're more connected to other people that you would have thought might be different because of the distance between you.
Exactly. That's the essence of it. Small world syndrome captures how those unexpected connections can make the world feel more connected and intimate than we might expect. It's fascinating how these moments can create a sense of closeness across distances. Have you experienced something like this recently?
Yeah, I was talking to my buddy the other day, and we were talking about just our experiences growing up, and we found that there was a number of different parallels in our lives. For instance, the time that we went and switched careers, went back to college, the age of our mothers, the psychological profile of our fathers, our interests. There was just so many different connections that we found in similar, and it was really surprising and shocking.
That's remarkable. Discovering those parallels can deepen your connection and make you feel like your paths were intertwined even before you met. It's fascinating how life can reveal these surprising connections, making the world feel a bit smaller. Have these similarities led to any new insights or reflections for you?
Well, I'm wondering, there's this thing called like 6 degrees of separation, right? Where if you have a small world network, which is a formal expression of certain kinds of networks that, like the human brain is an example, and, you know, like the internet, and you've got all of these nodes in a system. Some of them are very highly connected, and some of them are only locally connected. But when you have both highly connected nodes and locally connected nodes, it's called a small world network. And this maximizes the efficiency of information traveling from any point to any other point in the system. And if human beings at a large social scale, if we look like a small world network, then it would make sense of this idea of 6 degrees of separation, right? Where you can send a letter to someone and you say, this is the destination, send it to whoever you think might be closest to that person. And it turns out you can usually get to any other person within 5 or 6 degrees. So I think we are more connected than we think. Is that true, or is there a problem with that thinking?
You're touching on a compelling idea. The 6 degrees of separation concept aligns well with the small world network theory. It suggests that social networks are highly efficient at connecting individuals, even across vast distances. While it's a simplification, it highlights how interconnected we are and how information or influence can travel through a network with surprising speed. It's a fascinating reflection on our global connectedness.
All right. Well, there you
You're
go.
touching on a fascinating concept. The idea of 6 degrees of separation does align with the small world network theory. It's true that social networks like the internet or even
Deja
our
vu?
brains have a mix of highly connected hubs and more local connections. This structure allows for efficient information flow, supporting the notion that we're more connected than we might think. It's not without its critics, but it certainly offers a thought-provoking perspective on our global connectedness. What are your thoughts on how this plays out in real life?
All right. I'm sorry. That it feels like it answered the question twice in slightly different ways, which is why I said deja vu. Lac 3 Demonius. You got, I'm sorry, you said your family threatened to disown you for going to Afghanistan? You did, and you still don't talk to them? That's a bummer. Friends were the same, involved in one, though, sorry, I'm harmful to what I knew I had to have. Interesting. Beers deep. That's okay. I'm trying to bear with me. I'm trying to process and interpret you correctly. I don't want to misunderstand you. Lacedemonious. Okay, gotcha. Lacedemonious. You got it, man. Well, yeah, I'm sorry that you lost connection to your family after going to the service. That's a bummer. I don't know anyone personal. My father-in-law and my brother-in-law, a couple brothers-in-law, they were all in the service. I talked to them a little bit about it. They all came back and they were able to sort of reintegrate pretty well without any of their family or friend networks, I think, suffering like collateral damage because of that service. But I'm sure you're not alone. I'm sure there's a lot of people that their lives are kind of turned upside down by going through something like that. And we all kind of we all hit turbulent patches in our lives which kind of fundamentally shift our trajectories. So hopefully you're able to adapt and go with the flow. Clown Crew is very quiet on all this. Yeah, where'd you go, clowns? Yeah, you can tell a story if you'd like. I don't know, clowns. We're supposed to listen to one of his songs. I'm not sure where he went.
And now I can't hear you. What the heck?
Oh, I'm not talking. How about now? Can you hear me now?
No, yeah, I can hear you now. I don't think you could hear me because I was talking, but then you'd ask the AI question, so I just kept muting.
Gotcha.
So I'm not sure you were hearing me.
Well, Lace, do you want to play?
Yeah,
do you want
interconnected networks and systems? Systems are usually highly populated, and there is connections, and the relation to systems is because we're humans, our networks are very small, and so when we start looking at systems, we tend to think they're bigger than they actually are. So 6 degrees of separation is just a way of showing how small actual networks are, especially in networks that have high relations to human connections. One of the examples I tried to give while I wasn't able to talk, I guess, was like we had a thing called 6 Degrees to Kevin Bacon, and that was designed to show how small the entertainment industry was. Which just you could find a way from anybody who worked in the entertainment industry, you can find within 6 people a path to somebody who's worked with Kevin Bacon. Because he was so prominent and worked with so many people. Whether you worked on sound, whether you worked in the music industry, whether like there was always a path to him because he did so many different things. And we like to think that the entertainment industry is so massive that should not be possible. And he works for this. He has a contract with I think it was MGM. Well, how are we going to relate him over to somebody who has with like Paramount? Well, you could still easily do it because they worked with this person who had a contract over here, and then they were released and to go work over there, and then you have all these interconnections. We tend to not realize how connected and how many people know each other, and just a couple of people difference.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
I'm saying, yeah, I worked for Sony for 30 years, so I may not have worked with Kevin Bacon, but I've worked with people that have worked with him. Absolutely.
So you have a Bacon number of 2.
I probably have a Bacon number of probably 2. Yeah.
Wow.
But I mean, because I worked with sound, and some of the people I know worked with various studios and stuff. So yeah.
So that's a good point. I was so your point was that industry is a small world network, and I was kind of maybe overgeneralizing and saying maybe you could think about the whole human population as a small world network, but it's probably like pockets of networks. There's probably a lot of discontinuities between certain parts of that system. Like maybe we're not fully integrated up so that you could see the entire world as having like a continuous, network mesh. The internet does a lot. The internet does a lot, though. We've got people from Australia here. We got people from Africa. We got people in Europe. We got people across the country. We got people in Canada. So the internet is doing a lot to kind of bridge some of these
keep it small
divides, right? To
yep
to patch up some of the holes.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, like, have you ever heard of a couple that got together, but they had friends in common, but they didn't really know each other at all, and they just thought it was, how did we not know each other before we started dating? But we know so many people that we have in common, and it's just like, that's kind of the small world problem right there, is we tend to think that our universe is only these people, and we know everybody that they know, and that's just not the case. There's a lot of connections that are sitting there that we don't know. We tend to think we know all of our friends and everybody, and the thing is that's just not the case, right? That's what Kevin Bacon, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon is you think you know everything he's been in, everybody he could possibly have worked with, but the thing is that's just not the case. He's worked on so many projects with so many directors, actors, musicians, that it's kind of hard to find somebody that has not worked with him at some point. So, and if they haven't worked with him, somebody who does, right?
Yeah. Did you want to listen to your song?
Yeah, let's go listen to it. Let's share this, because that's actually an important conversation we can have too.
Did you send me the link?
Yeah, let's absolutely do it. I'll mute.
Carnival of Cruelty, was that the one?
Is the one.
All right. So, everyone, this is Clowns in Hollyweird. This is a song that he did the other day, and this is kind of a reflection on the Charlie Kirk assassination and political division in America. So, enjoy.
Watch the mob clap hands as the wife cries. Funeral fireworks crack under gray skies. Champagne spilled on the courthouse floor. Phone lights flashing like it's Civil War. Dance on the grave while the sermon's read. Red light blinks out like above the dead. Laughter leaks out like a carnival hymn. Echoes of madness carving the skin. Kennedy fell and the nation shook. Still a few smirk when the cameras looked. Martin was gunned and the dream went numb. Crowds cracked teeth just to beat the drum. Old sickness wearing a new parade mask. Applause for a bullet, the simplest task. Comedy stitched with a funeral song. Clapping for murder to correct a wrong. You don't like laws, rewrite amend. You don't like votes, campaign again. But a bullet's still valid, it proves you're scared that debate's too sharp. You were never prepared till the trigger gets pulled. The grave gets dug and the mob erupts like a club on drugs. Ordinary folks just watch confused. Both sides burn, but one side argues the other abuses. Freedom is tested when foes still speak. Silence them once and the whole thing's weak. Justice is reason, vengeance is flame. Mix them together, it's all the same. Hate the result, then build your case. Spill the blood and you lose the race. Ink makes law, not the graveyard bed. Every clap for death is a nail in the head. This is a sickness dressed as pride. Ovation for murder on the evening tide. You clapped and wonder why trust is gone. It's because you laughed while a child looked on. The middle seat see both wings combust, but only one side silences trust. You don't mend wounds with graves and cheers. You just breed chaos for the coming years. One man down and the crowd still smiled. Free speech strangled, the nation defiled. One voice erased is the warning bell. Applaud it once, and you've chosen hell.
Cool. All right. What do you think?
Let's discuss. Well, I think I know what I think. I'm the one who did it. What do you think?
Let me read the lyric. Let me look at the lyrics.
Yeah, pull the lyrics up. Let's see what they think too. I mean, kind of curious.
Why is this not taking me to... Oh, here we go. Visit site. Oh, it's way zoomed in. Let me see if I can... All right, here we go. Okay, so here's the lyrics. Watch the mob clap hands as the wife cries. Okay, so we've got... This goes back to what, what's his name was saying about it's sad that a wife lost her husband and people lost their dad. The personal connections that the losses there.
Well, I bring his children and his wife into it because I mean, people are like looking past that and not putting the connection there that like his wife now has to raise these kids on their own. These kids are never going to know their dad anymore. I mean, both those lines are in there, and so I started with that because it's just this grim image.
So funeral.
The whole opening is that.
Yeah, so funeral fireworks is basically we're imagining certain people within the political factions kind of celebrating this, right, as a victory.
Yeah.
Is that what this line implies?
Yeah, and when I'm talking about whenever I'm talking about the courthouse floor, is that like there's probably not going to be any real prosecution. This guy's going to get off light. Nobody's going to be talking about this in 6 months. He'll be out of jail in 2 years tops, and nothing's going to be done about it, And it's just going to spur this to keep going. That's what I'm worried about. That's what that line means.
And the phone lights flashing like it's Civil War. So this is all the notifications coming through social media and.
And one side is cheering, the other side is sitting there going, "This is insane. These people need to be stopped," and it's going to cause a bigger rift.
So our perceptions
it already is
causing more panic than is justified.
Right.
So it's all of our phones that we're kind of tuning into are kind of actually pushing us apart. Dance on the grave while the sermon's read. Red lights blink, live above the dead. Laughter leaks out like a carnival hymn. Echo of madness carved into the skin. Yeah, I'm getting just an evil clown vibe coming out here.
Well, it's more of the crazy world that we're living in, and people are acting like madmen on both sides. You have one side that's calling for like the removal of these people, that these people need to be thrown in jail forever, if not put to death, even at the hint of talking about it. The other side's cheering for this father, this husband who just got gunned down in front of thousands of people, and they're cheering it on. And it's, to me, that's just absolutely insane. How did we get to this point in this country that this is the logic and this is the place that people are at? Whole that's what those three lines are about.
I'm reminded of the movie The Joker, when there's riots on the street and everyone's wearing Joker masks, right? Or any number, I
Yep.
guess, any number of movies that show like V for Vendetta, when you got just the Guy Fawkes mask, right? When people hide behind a mask, they're actually sublimating their own individual being, and they're letting the identity, right? They're letting that mask become who they are, or dictate their behavior. They're becoming part of a single sort of mob mentality, right?
Well, yeah, they're giving up their identity in hopes that the crowd makes a better
Hopes that the crowd, yeah,
image for them.
right.
Yeah.
It's just a safety in numbers, crowd mentality dominates. So yeah, it's really interesting because I like the idea of the carnival and the clown masks, and people kind of just
Now this next section,
erasing all of the nuances of what it means to be human, and recognizing that all of us have way more in common. Even conservatives and liberals have way more in common than they think, right? We just all
Yep.
How do we forget that we have 99.9% the same DNA, right? We're all descendants of a common ancestor. We have this rich tapestry and tree of life that we all sort of descended from. All of us feel pain. All of us want more love. All of us want less suffering in the world. All of us want to find better solutions. Like, how do we get so focused on these tiny details that seem to divide us? Just words and
well, and part of it is social media uses that to keep engagement. That's part of the problem because people are entertained by it,
yeah, the
right?
engagement.
And
Yeah,
it evokes emotions, and that's what they go for.
yeah, the engagement's a real problem. Divide and conquer. It's a problem.
So this next section,
Kennedy
it's
fell and the
about
nation shook. It's like past incidences of assassinations, right?
and the thing is even though the nation shook, and we still have people that were there, like heralding it on like it was a great thing. And it's really hard to find that at this point because like history is kind of eroded like that time period. I was alive in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and like you can back then you can look at that era pretty clearly. Now it's kind of a lot harder to look at what was actually going on in that time period, right? And it comes down to um, who wrote history for that, right?
So you're
There was a lot
saying
of people in that
so you're
time
saying
period
because of the
that
distance.
were celebrating Kennedy's death. They were celebrating Martin Luther King's death.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, each of the Kennedys who were assassinated, people were celebrating them, and it always seems to be a certain type of people that are doing it, and there are these people who are very disconnected from like what it actually means for somebody like that to be gunned down. They just see that oh, somebody doesn't believe what I do. Good, they're dead. And it just breaks my mind that people think that. If somebody doesn't believe what I believe and they die, I'm still going to be like, holy crap. What is going on here? Why are we putting people out just because they don't believe what I believe? That's insane. I would never think of doing that. And people are being held up for that, you know? And we've seen that quite a bit throughout our history, and it's something that bringing those two figures up, like, who really wants to be celebrating Martin Luther King's death or JFK's death or anybody's death, honestly? And we need to be reminded that as a nation, because those are two very important people in our country at this point, right?
Yeah, definitely. So, Lacedaemonius said, those that don't know history doomed to repeat it. Yep, for sure. And I
Yep.
think he also, yeah, so you're saying that because there's a lot of distance between the past, it's hard to go back and try to analyze it and see it kind of objectively because we weren't there, we weren't living through it. Maybe we forget the level of technology, the level and scale of the people
Well,
that
it's
were.
also the data that's preserved from that time
Right,
period
right,
is
'cause
lost too, and the
right,
people in that time period are also lost.
yeah.
So it kind of gets eroded away.
But we are kind of imagining that this is not necessarily a new phenomenon. But what is social
No,
media? But what is social media doing? Is it just making it? It's just like an amplifier, right? It's like it's
yeah,
taking the same.
exactly.
It's taking the same kind of human interactions that have been with us and are just a part of human nature, and it's just kind of turning up the volume. Is that how you
Yep.
conceptualize this?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I absolutely think so. And the next section is literally what I think we should be doing as people. Like,
You don't like
and if you
laws,
don't like
rewrite,
it, we need to
amend.
fix it.
Yeah. You don't
Yep.
like votes, campaign again, but a bullet's not a ballot. It proves you're scared. Yeah. Fear, that debate's too sharp. You were never prepared. So the trigger gets pulled, the grave gets dug, and the mob erupts like a club on drugs. I really like that. I really like that flow, man. Ordinary folks just
Thank
watch
you.
confused as both sides burn, but one side argues, the other abuses.
Yeah, and that's what I'm seeing in our country. We have these two sides. One side's just sitting there in shock over how violent the other side's being, and they don't know what to do. But they're not, and the other side just keeps abusing and keeps pushing that line further and further in the opposite direction, and it's dangerous. It's allowing for this crap to happen, and we need to, as a country, start like shunning and shutting this crap down and making it not acceptable in any way. Like I'm at the point now. I don't believe in the death penalty, but in something like this, I actually am looking at it going, that might be a deterrent that we need again in this country,
So
because
for
what we
for
have right now is not deterring these people.
for people that engage in assassination like this.
Yeah, I think so, and that their name should be stricken from history. Like, it should be illegal to put their name on the news. It should be illegal to have their name sent on social media. We need to shut down, because that's part of why they're doing it. They think they're going to make history, right?
Okay, so
Like, they have nothing going in their life, and they're like, well, if I take out this person, everybody will know who I am, and everybody will remember me. And the simple fact is, we need to make it that discouraged and make that impossible. I think I do too, Kat. Like I said, I don't believe in the death penalty, but we need something in place to deter this at this point. And life in prison, I don't think is a deterrent. I don't think
do it.
I don't know what the solution for this is, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think that there's definitely no silver bullet. I mean, I think one thing that would help is just having broader education about the and responsible use of social media, right? And not like coming down to individuals for not amplifying this where it gets out of proportion. Where because think about it, if we didn't have this huge notion of viral memes where we're all amplifying each other's most like basic fears, then you wouldn't have these people motivated to go out and try to become some sort of meme as their um, as their legacy. I don't know. Yeah, how do we just become more responsible social media users, or do we just kind of all do we reinvent social media and then just all jump ship and just get off some of these outdated platforms that are clearly not in our best interests overall.
Thunder.
The
Sorry,
solution,
I like.
Thunder Dude says the solution is a huge meteorite, and then we start over. That's one solution.
Yeah. But yeah, let's keep going.
Laced Ammonia
with,
says stocks, for example, let people throw rotten vegetables. Stocks, stockades, bring back the stockades. That's an interesting idea.
Shame used to be a big thing, but we've gotten to the point in society where one side just thinks that nobody should be shamed for their beliefs, for what they do, for their actions, and that's, I think, part of the problem. And there's absolutely, we need to bring back public shaming. Like, it needs to be a thing again. And that's what the stockades was a way to shame somebody and for their behavior.
So you think, I don't know, man. I guess we're just thinking of different. You're thinking about negative reinforcement. I'm thinking about positive or I'm thinking about.
But positive reinforcement,
I'm not thinking
we
about
already know
positive.
humans do not.
I'm not thinking about positive.
We know humans don't react very well to positive reinforcement, not as well as negative reinforcement. Shunning and shame is actually a very good deterrent for behavior. It's why it works for society and keeping society in check. It also works for kids too. I mean, it works for adults.
Yeah, but
we're slowly have eroded that. We've made it where it's not okay to shame people anymore. And that's just.
I think it's okay.
That
I think I can get on board with
needed.
this. I think I can get on board with murder shame, right? Like if you're a murderer, then everybody should agree that is it's appropriate to shame people who are doing things like this. So
anybody that celebrates it we should be shunning them. That we should be looking at them, going, "What is wrong with you? Somebody died. Like that is not something that you should be cheering for." But go on. Let's keep going through the lyrics.
Freedom is tested when foes still speak. Silence them once, and the whole thing's weak. Justice is reason. Vengeance is flame. Mix them together, it's all the same. Hate the result, then build your case. Spill the blood, and you lose the race. Ink makes law, not the graveyard bed. Every clap for death is a nail in the head. So you're saying, yeah, when you're saying that. That silence exactly. Through violence is akin to like losing the race. You're saying this is a test for our freedom.
Well, what I'm saying basically there is one side calling the right is calling for anybody who's on the left that's cheering this on. They want them put in prison. They want them ostracized. They want them completely gone. That's a form of silence in my book. But then the left is sitting there looking, going, yeah, somebody died. And it's the same thing. You're cheering on this, and it's the same solution on both sides. And there's nothing being gained here by both of them wanting the exact same thing. And at the end of the day, it's the same problem. And there's no unity here, and it's just causing more and more of a divide. That's what I'm saying right here.
Yeah. So Cat Dev says, within a community, it works, but not on a grand scale with social media, e.g. bad press is good press. Yeah, it feels like it would hard for us to come together and like express shame in a unitary way on social media, because anyone that was
we're not unified.
Yeah, because anyone that's expressing shame, it would just be misinterpreted by the other side as, just something
ideology.
that they're doing for ideology and it wouldn't actually solve anything because, we can't communicate. So this is
like one of the solutions
pride.
One of the solutions we could do. Anybody that's cheering this crap on, they should be deplatformed immediately. They should lose their accounts. But I don't think calling for them to be completely ostracized from society, lose their jobs, Like your voice should be lost in the crowd at least for voicing your opinion. Because if you're sitting there cheering on somebody, yeah, this guy died. I'm sorry, that should be shut down immediately. Social media companies have a responsibility to, because it just leads to it happening again, right? And but I don't think that we should be going after their jobs. I don't think we should be trying to kick them out of society altogether. But when you're talking about um, the exchange of ideals, and social media is the only place that we can really do that nowadays, they should be kicked out of that marketplace, right? And because that's not a helpful or
I imagine.
definitely not a positive
Yeah.
point of view, that it's just causing negativity and causing more violence and at the end of the day, right?
So
And I also think it should be done on the right too. Anybody that's sitting there calling for them to be thrown in jail, anybody who's, they shouldn't be losing their jobs, that stuff, no, you pull them out of the marketplace, and that should be the end of they can't no longer be on social media yelling this shit out to the entire world. Ha ha, screw him. More people should die. Well, then you lose your privilege to speak.
yeah, I imagine in the future.
Oh, I absolutely. I know he did, and that's what makes this whole thing hard. I'm not Kirk, by the way. I think Charlie. I, I agree with some of the things he said. I disagree with some of the things he said, but that's with everybody. There's things that me and Roy disagree on. But it doesn't mean I think that he should have died.
Thanks. That's important to me.
And,
Important that you clarify.
but I
that
think
for-
freedom of speech has limits. And this is the thing most people don't realize. And even I would even argue that with Charlie too. Freedom of speech has limits. When it starts causing harm to society, that needs to be stopped. Even the Supreme Court has agreed with that.
So shouting fire in a densely packed.
That's actually legal, by the way.
That
is actually legal.
What?
Yeah, it's actually no. That actually is legal. You can shout fire in a crowded theater. That Supreme Court has ruled on that. That is legal up until the point somebody is harmed.
Oh, so it's a consequentialist sort of position.
Right. That's what the Supreme Court said. If somebody is harmed, then you lose that freedom. And then you're still responsible for your actions. You can yell fire. If nobody's harmed, it's completely legal. If somebody becomes harmed, it's now illegal. It's like you can go up and yell the most vile shit to somebody. You can spread rumors about people, but if those rumors lead to somebody's death, you're responsible for that. That's what the Supreme Court says. Like, you can say whatever you want, but if the result ends up in harming somebody, you're responsible, period. And freedom of speech, that actually is what it means. You have a freedom to say what you want, but you're also responsible for what you say. That's the part most people miss whenever we talk about freedom of speech. You're still responsible and liable for anything you say and do. And that's what the Supreme Court says. Freedom of press, you're absolutely allowed to say whatever you want, but you're still liable for what you say. And that's the part most people miss.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Lace.
So, this is a sickness dressed as pride, ovation for murder on the evening tide. You clap and wonder why trust is gone. It's because you laughed while the child looked on. The middle seats see both wings combust, but only one side silences trust. You don't mend wounds with graves and cheers. You just breed chaos for the coming years. One man down...
this is going to cause it.
Go ahead.
Cause issues. It's not going to stop. It's just adding fuel to the fire. And it's causing more distrust on the right and on the left. It's pushing them further and further away. That's what I'm talking about there. And I'm talking about his kids, too.
Yeah.
His kids are sitting there and everybody's cheering for this man's death. Are you fucking insane?
Yeah, you would think that our shared sense of community and both
Sounds
are.
like AI. It's definitely not AI. I write a lot of songs, dude. That's what I did for a living.
One man down in the crowd still smiled. Free speech strangled the nation defiled. One voice erased as a warning bell. Applaud at once and you've chosen hell.
Yep.
So this is kind of a. Is the applaud at once and you've chosen it hell? Because there was a similar thing up here, which is silence them once and the whole thing's weak. So these two lines are very similar, right?
Yeah.
So what is this?
Well,
What is the problem with? Because this sounds like on the start of it like a slippery slope, but is it
it's
just?
about choosing a path. It's choosing. What I'm saying is that
It's
you're choosing a path.
It's
in which
indicative of
it's-
the
it's-
mindset, right? It's indicative of
Yeah.
a kind of mindset that will eventually lead to more and more
More
problems,
chaos and more
chaos,
destruction.
more destruction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fair enough.
And it's also like I don't believe in hell, but I think that our decisions uh, choose the path in which we walk, and that's what I'm talking about there. And the division in which they're applauding for is just going to lead us down a path that's going to destroy our country if we keep going down this.
Yeah, we got to come together and come up with a solution. My
And
solution
it's
is
something
to.
that
Yeah, my solution involves, so this is part of my metacortex, right? I think that will evolve eventually a social media network for decision rulemaking governance, and we will have actors that are kind of like in The Masked Singer, where they won't be identifiable with any particular political party, and you will give or these actors or these different nodes in the networks will build up reputation over time based on making good decisions, right? So you'll have to train the network, but over time you'll get certain nodes in the network that build up a reputation that is publicly available.
well, we already do that as a society, anyways. The thing is those reputations can be abused.
But the problem
certain
is
points.
our affiliations and our human biases that make us believe in certain people based on their looks, their presentation, the choice of
Yep.
words that they use, right? Their ideology,
Charisma.
their religious affiliation, right? So the problem is like we're not evaluating nodes in the network based on the factors that matter.
We're valuing. Most people look at commonality and think that,
Yeah.
oh, we have this one thing in common, so everything they say must be
Right.
the same, and that's not reality. And it allows us to make very weak judgment, and we also start defending stuff that we shouldn't really be defending, you know.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we're at for our political parties at this point. Like, people are defending, like, oh, they're a Republican or they're a Democrat, so I must support them no matter what. And I'm looking at them going, well, what do they stand for? What are they talking about? What do they what laws are they trying to pass? What are they trying to do in our country? That's what I look at and say whenever somebody's like, oh, vote for this person, they're a Democrat, or vote for this person. I'm like, well, what are they trying to do while they're in office? And like, I don't blindly vote for somebody just because they're affiliated with they're independent, Democrat, or I don't blindly do that. I want to know what that person is actually standing for. And then, yes, I weigh in how important is their viewpoints versus mine. And are they doing something I'm not going to agree with? But most people, they just go, oh, they're Democrat, I'm voting for them. Oh, they're Republican, I'm voting for them. So, I mean,
Flags, banners.
but I don't get into politics that much.
Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, it's a problem with banners, right? It's literally the fundamental problem is overgeneralization, right? Like
Yep.
we basically put things in boxes, in neat little boxes. So a flag or any symbol is it's a way to encapsulate or encompass a very, very diverse population of things and apply the same reasoning and logic to all that entire population, right? So you don't have to think about all the differences between all the things in that population. You just assume they're all the same. So that's what a flag does. That's what any sort of, that applying any race moniker to someone. So racism, sexism, ageism. I mean, any sort of ism, applying political monikers to ideologies. Are you a communist? Are you a capitalist? Like all of these ways that humans. Now, we're forced to do this, right? We're forced, in order to make sense of anything, in order to make decisions, we have to do this at some level. We have to generalize a little bit because the world is just way too complex. But it's
Yep.
like, how do we stop ourselves from this drive or this need to oversimplify life at the most important scale, right? Where if we get it wrong, civil war or wars and like massive violence outbreaks are the outcome.
Actually, Thunder's absolutely correct, by the way.
Thunder Dude says negotiation is rarely about abstract fairness or reason. It's about the balance of power. One side is overwhelmingly stronger. They don't need to negotiate. True negotiation happens only when both parties have leverage. Yeah.
You know what one of my problems, what I see as a problem with our system right now,
Yeah, what's up, Art?
it
Go ahead.
is the complexity of which to make a true. I think the majority of Americans, that includes me, should not be allowed to vote. Okay, and the reason I think that is because the stuff that we're asked to vote for all the time, you literally have to vote party lines because you cannot know everybody that's on the ballot, right?
Yeah.
Our system's so complex at this point that you're just guessing.
Yeah,
And
you might as well be throwing
so-
darts at a board.
Yeah, and
That just
you
means
don't know.
to me that just means that we have to be more selective in what people are voting for what
Well, no,
things.
we've made it so complex that
Yeah, you're right.
like
It's too
it's
complex.
almost impossible. It's almost impossible for anybody to actually know absolutely everything that they're voting for when they walk in to vote. And you would you would think something as important as that shouldn't be this person over this person for every little topic, and you know nothing about any of them, right? Our systems become too big for anybody to completely grasp everything that's going on. And one of the things I always tell people is like the only thing you can do is look at your local level and try to make changes there. Because our system's so big at this point that the only place you're really going to be able to like make effective changes in your life and be in the is to do it on a local level. If you want change, you start there.
Yeah,
Because those are the simplest places that you can actually go and interact with the person, see what's going on.
Yeah, you can attend meetings and stuff. Yeah.
Right. You can't do that on when you're talking. We have how many congressmen? We have hundreds of congressmen. It's what, like 500 and something congressmen and senators? That's an insane amount of people you'd have to research every time you go in to vote. It's an insane amount of officials that you have to go in and vote. And then you start looking at who are they going to put in for judges? What laws are they going to pass? Like, that's a lot of issues that get watered down to, oh, they're Democrat, oh, they're Republican. That to me is scary that we make decisions based on that and not look at like what's best for you locally. So whenever I start looking at stuff like here, I look at like the Board of Education, I look at uh, the people the councils that make like local laws and stuff like that. I think that those are important, and those are the only things I actually vote for, honestly, because whenever I start looking at like there's too many people for me to actually go and research and get actual information, and I'm looking at people locally that are going to be supporting the things that I want to see in my community. So I always tell people, look locally, stop looking at the national crap and start making the changes locally, because that's going to have more of an effect on your life than these national things. Yes, the national things are absolutely important, but there's just too much going on that level that it's really hard to make a sound judgment call. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I imagine that there's some kind of self-selection too, where people are, maybe naturally prone to vote for things that they're more they have a better handle on, right? Or believe that they have more effect on, which it seems like that would always be at the local level. Just because
Yeah.
your vote is not just for a representative, your vote is on the actual issue, and you can talk to people that, like you said, that are more local, more accessible. Because the higher and higher you go up this complicated hierarchy, like the less accessible everything becomes, and like harder it is to understand. So we have some confusion in chat. Someone has said, "Well, what are you talking about? Do you want a dictatorship?" Clowns, tell me why this is that what you're advocating for has nothing to do with a dictatorship, or how would you amend our current system so that it's a better, well-functioning democracy? You're saying,
Well, the thing is, I don't have an answer for that because I'm not saying that. Well, we definitely don't have a dictatorship, but we might as well. I mean, at this point, it just flips from one party to the next, and both parties are basically doing the same thing at this point, right? Um,
yeah,
so
it seems that way.
I don't know who is for what or what they're doing, and we can look at what they've done and make decisions that way. But even then, we're just guessing most of the time. And locally, I mean, at least I can look at like somebody who's sitting on the school board and I can go, well, this is the stuff I don't want in my schools. This is the stuff I don't want affecting my grandkids or my kids. But they are the same. And to somebody like me, they are. They both have their own agendas, and their agendas don't align with what I think is best for my country.
Well, so maybe you
So
can.
to me, they're both the same
So maybe
because
their
they both are
scales.
doing things that I don't like. They
Well,
both are doing things I don't like.
yeah. So maybe we could think about this at scale of analysis, right? So it's
Yeah,
possible that they could be same at some sort of more superficial or core level,
superficial.
right?
Yes.
And while they're superficially very different, right? So there's a lot of specific policies, specific ideologies that each one are pushing for, and that makes them very different in one sense.
I have a ton of songs. I'm on
Um,
Spotify.
yeah, but
Sorry.
at a different, maybe a deeper level analysis, because they're both embedded within the same kind of system, right? That is corrupted by money, influence, power, the revolving door between
Hmm.
business and government. You could think that at that sort of core level of analysis, that functionally they might be more equivalent than we'd like to maybe think they are. So that's how.
Yeah, and that's the way I look at it. Yeah.
Um, Thunderdude says true democracy demands citizens reclaim sovereignty by viewing themselves as deciders, not mere electors.
But we're not a democracy. That's for one. That's one thing. Thunder. We're a republic. We're not. We don't have democracy. We're a republic.
Um, yeah, clowns. Do you want to? I'm going to take a quick break. Do you want to You
Yeah,
want to
I'll
play
keep
any
going.
more of your
I'll keep going.
songs? You want?
Do you want to? Which one would you like to play? And I'll give it to you, like right now. Just tell me which one you would like to play, and
Let's do.
I have internal design, which is the second one that we were going to play today. Do you want to do that one?
Yeah, we could do that one.
Okay, so let me send that to you right now, and we'll do that. You can put the lyrics up, and yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. I have to use the restroom. This tea is going right through me. So, everybody, we're going to take a music break. And this is by Clowns in Hollowweird. This is an original song. And so, hope you enjoy it. This song is called Goodbye. Or no, wait. No, what song is this? What song am I supposed to be listening to here? It just took me to the... God damn it. Eternal by Design.
Eternal Design.
Okay. Sorry, it just took me to your overall profile here. Alrighty, let me show the lyrics, and then I can go pee.
Shattered phone screens, fish the veins in the street. Reflections on the black glass where the crowd hearts beat. Sirens frame the riddle, the silence writes reply. Connection isn't handed, it's card where bodies ignite. Rise off the marble bank stair. Graffiti prophets preach where the billboards glare. Subway breaks screech like a dialectic clash. Drums in the protest crack theory into ash. A scholar in a hoodie trades riddles for a smoke. Plato's ghost laughing as the neon lights choke. Athens in the market, Legos in the rain. Every city corner hums a paradox refrain. A skyline flickers cold, steel towers without play. Elevators climb fast, but the joy rots away. Politicians on screens with eyes hollow still, selling logic with no pulse, no playground to fill. And the borders blur quick when the storm floods lines. Ink bleeding through the passport like veins in time. The question isn't if, but how the shards combine. A chorus born of fractures, eternal by design. Tear gas tastes bitter where the children once played. Cobblestones remember every bargain never made. Socrates in handcuffs, questions in the square. Descartes in disguise with a mask to wear. History spirals, chalk washed in rain. Every tyrant hears the pavement chant their name. Hands on the barricade, hands on the chain. Hammer strikes rhythm till the silence is slain. Identity a prism, shards of broken glass. Colors bend different but the beam's the same mass. Freedom's not a statue, it's the breath we lend. Every neighbor's gasp is the oath we defend. So I watch the paradox, lonely yet aligned. The many and the single in the mirror's design. From the ashes of illusions, the voices combine. Philosophy with footsteps, eternal by design. Crowds crash quicker than the rulers can record. Blueprints crumble when the thunder can't be stored. Philosophy's encrypted in the spray and the chant. Thesis meets fire when the antithesis plants. Hegel in the heartbeat, Marx in the street. Kant in the riddle where the paradox meets. Nietzsche in the mirror, grinning at the fold. Camus in the smoke, saying meaning won't hold. Line sparks, prism splits, rhythm flips rapid. Breath breaks borders, the syntax elastic. Signals in the sirens, syllables collide. Every second shatters, every moment's multiplied. Flesh turns scripture in the grip of the crowd. Blood inks language when the silence gets loud. Bodies make a theorem, chaos makes it true. Connection and collision, I see me and you.
slow where the barricades fell. Smoke clings thick with the chemical smell. Connection feels fragile, flicker in the flame. One spark redeems, one silence maims. Children chalk hopscotch on the scarred concrete. Old men tell riddles where the lampposts meet. Prophets look like strangers, teachers dressed in pain. Grief writes scripture that the masses sustain. Rights taste empty if they're whispered alone. Freedom's a chorus, not a single tone. So I wrestle with the riddle in the burned out square. How do we belong in the ashes there? By admitting the fracture, admitting we're torn. By confessing the weakness where dark faces born. In the cracks of the ruin, I see a hole, a mosaic of billions of planetary souls. Pulse quickens heavy in the veins of the crowd. Atoms collide till the silence is loud. From Buddha in the market to Zhuangzi on the block. Every doctrine in the locks and the ticking clock. Chaos is the pattern, unity the frame. Difference the fire, connection the flame. World's not given, it's rewritten in breath. Life's not stolen, it's exchanged past death. Syllable spiral, symmetry spinning, philosophy living, velocity winning. Whispers to thunder in a fraction of time. Billions of bodies in a single stride. Vision to fusion, fracture to flame. Every echo answers, never the same. One foul vocal velocity's bow. Shift the world's weight, and it happens now.
Silence is a scripture. Connection's the reply. The world becomes a mirror when we face each eye. Not theory, but practice. The wisdom in the hand. The masses shift the planet when one hand finds a hand. Finds a hand!
Yeah, dude, that's powerful stuff. Powerful stuff.
Yeah, and that stems from the conversation me and you were having the other day, which led to this great piece. I mean,
Yeah, so there's a couple of really.
I think some of the conversations we have.
Yeah, I wrestle with the
Go
riddle.
ahead.
I wrestle with the riddle in the burned out square. That's where we all are right now. We're like, there's this public square.
Yep.
It's breaking down. It's falling apart. There's chaos. There's confusion. There's less connection. There's no dialogue. And how do we belong in the ashes there? We're living beings. We are all empathetic. We all know pain. We all know suffering. We all have this deep
Yep.
potential for human connection at a one-to-one individual level within our small communities. And why is that not? Why is it that? What is preventing us from scaling that up to larger communities? Right?
Well, I mean, it becomes more complicated the more people you add to it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
It's because our empathy doesn't really scale. Our empathy doesn't scale over distance, right? So the people that
Nope.
that we don't know on a personal level, that we don't have any history of, there's no trust there. And so the further that you go away from your social networks, right, the further outside of your networks that you go, the less you know about people, the more prone you are to that overgeneralizing, right, where you reduce them to labels and reduce them to tribal identities. And then it's easy to just see the worst actors in that whole identity and overgeneralize and project that onto every single individual within that tribe. And so that's the real problem is how do we scale up our capacity for empathy to these larger scales that we're dealing with now on the level of nations and countries. And it's
Well, I mean, we used to have it where we had unity through pride for our nation, and we went through communities, and we used to teach that in schools, and now it's like if you look in America, like you almost have to feel ashamed to be an American at this point, and it's something that's pushed even in schools. Like um, you have teachers that are like, "Oh, you shouldn't be proud that you're an American," and that's absolutely insane. Um, to not have that pride, but it's because we look at more worldwide uh, pride, and we look at what's going on in other countries, and we put that over our own communities and our own nation, and that's where I think we're losing it as a country. We're putting everybody before us, and I think that's dangerous. Um,
So it's
I think that's where.
generally a pattern,
Go ahead.
throughout history. Let me know what you think about this. But as empires expand beyond the means of providing reasonable services to their citizens, when you sort of you expand past your scale, things start to fall apart, right? So you were yeah.
Yeah,
There's a lot of I mean, this is what
we saw
happens
this with the Roman Empire, right?
with the Romans. Yeah, when any empire starts to expand past their ability to provide basic needs and services, it's kind of where it all
Yep.
starts to fall apart. And yeah, but I mean, so there's something deep in here, right? Um, let me see if I can find a couple of really good lines in here.
Well, and
Syllables,
some of this comes from you too. It comes from our conversations that we were having.
uh, syllable
Some of the
spiral,
points you were making.
syllable spiral, symmetry spinning, philosophy living, velocity winning. Whispers to thunder in a fraction of time, billions of bodies in a single stride. Fission to fusion, fracture to flame, every echo answers never the same. One vow, vocal velocities vow. One vow, vocal velocities vow. Shift the world's weight, and it happens now. Silence is a
Yeah.
scripture. Connection's the reply. Um, Sorry, go ahead. Did
So
you
that
want?
was me basically showing how like our words have meaning, but there's a symmetry on both sides of history, right? And that it's causing these fractures. And although there's so many people involved in our decisions here in America, I mean billions. Like we've gotten to the point where it's not about a nation where it's 300 million. Like our decisions that are being made here are affecting the world, right?
Yeah.
And that's what that literally is talking about. Like it's no longer about our nation. We're not the ones making the decisions anymore. It's we're being influenced by China. We're being influenced by the UK. We're being influenced by people in Italy, people in Australia. They all think they have a say on what goes in our country, right? And that stuff starts influencing us as a people. That's what that verse is about.
So a lot of this
And I
references a lot of philosophers and great thinkers,
yep.
which on one level we have to believe that philosophers' writings probably reflected our state of knowledge at a particular time, reflected world events at that period, and so we have these individuals who we kind of canonize, and we use their works as kind of like a milestone to understand historical thinking at that time. And it's an evolution, right? An evolution of theories and ideas and different philosophies. But there's also this sense that we're maybe, if we over intellectualize the entire process, maybe we're missing the most important part of it, which is that it's a scale of human connection that really allows us to build trust and build communities. And if you just try to, I don't know, make it too academic and just talk about theories of what you ought to do, maybe maybe we're missing something important. Is that accurate? How would you reply to that?
I was actually responding. I was half listening, I should say. Can you say the question again?
Yeah. So you mentioned a lot of different philosophers, and I was saying that obviously.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, obviously these.
I just didn't meant. Yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about now. Go on.
Oh yeah, so we got all these philosophers. Obviously, these philosophers, these works, we can read them and get a sense of maybe the historical context from them, the state of human ideas. But if you, it seems also that there's like a hidden critique about being over theoretic in treating everything in an academic sense, where
Yeah.
what is missing.
And that's something that
yeah, is just building.
that's something that I've said about you. Also, I mean, like it's good to take lessons from these thinkers, but we have to actually look at reality itself, and that's kind of my critique of it. They lived in a different time period, and we live now, right? And the problems that we have now, although they seem similar, there are enough differences that we have to rethink these problems. The amount of people involved is it's a lot more complex than what a lot of these philosophers were dealing with in their time periods, right?
Yeah.
And let's face it, I think the world's way more complex.
Yeah.
Thinks that they have a say in everywhere, right? You see something going on, when you use Ukraine. Everybody in the world has something to say about Ukraine, but the people that should have something to say about Ukraine the most should be the people in Ukraine. Uh, Same thing with the UK. They think that there's people that sit there and complain about American politics, and that's one of the things I was addressing to Lace is.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Palace's cat.
Nice.
Welcome. How you doing?
We have all these issues in our country, yet we have all these other countries that are telling Americans how we need to vote, how we need to think, what we need to do, and it's our country, and we need to be the ones to make those decisions. And one of the things that I've talked to you about, and we've talked to about it in great extent, is philosophy is great and all, but it lacks any real solutions in our modern time, that because it doesn't lay a path out on how to fix the problems that we have. They're just thoughts. They're good ideals, but there's no actionable plan from any of them, right?
Yeah,
and that's something that me and you talked to in great detail on over the last year, right?
Yeah, there's a problem in trying to reduce modern problems to the words, philosophies from former eras, that while they seem similar in some ways, there are certain variables that are similar. Those philosophies were evolved in a particular environment to solve specific problems and may not have all the solutions to the things that we're facing today. So really we should be looking for, not trying to reduce the problem to, well, what's a better system, socialism or capitalism, but asking what is the new ism that we just have not come up with now. What is on the horizon? What is the next sort of paradigm, or what is the new ism that we're still in the process of trying to discover or create?
Right. Well, right now, Lace, I think that right now, we think that most of the world is ruled by our leaders. Most of it's ruled by a couple of people, a handful of people and they dictate social media. They also own most of the companies in the world. They own most of the land. Like, we think that it's uh, this person or that person, but at the end of the day, like, the people who have the real power, we're not seeing them. Um, we have companies that are worth trillions of dollars that we don't even talk about, and that's a problem. And we have countries that are get propped up, and they're talking to people here, and they're saying, "Oh, you shouldn't vote this way." Well, most of the people in other countries don't understand our culture, don't understand um, what we actually believe. Americans are actually very hated in around the world because they think we're very self-centered, this and that. Um, and that actually, I don't think that's the case. I've lived here for a long time. I think um, we give that appearance, but most Americans, I think, are very kind, very uh, empathetic. Am I wrong, Roy?
Um, like some of the. No, I don't think so. I think that there's still a lot of, I feel like the majority of people, not just Americans, but around the world, are pretty reasonable, and it's just how do we all come together at scales that make our collective behavior more or less dysfunctional. I don't think it's a, yeah, I don't think that it's helpful to try to define an entire group of people, especially ones as diverse as Americans, because we're a melting pot here. We still are. We always kind of have been. We're not a homogenous group of people, so I think it's unhelpful to say that we're all just purely self-centered, individualistic, and that's all there is to us. I understand the stereotypes and a lot of things that we do, a lot of decisions that our country does as a country are deserving of criticism. But yeah, it doesn't. You can't then apply. You can't project that onto all the individuals within it. So I agree with you. Am I getting some? Am I getting some comments from YouTube? Let me check YouTube really fast. Sorry, I don't usually monitor. If there's anyone in YouTube that wants to talk, if you come into Twitch, I'll be able to engage with you a little bit better. But let me check YouTube real quick to make sure that I'm not missing something. Onto all. Maybe my chat is just taking a long time to catch up. Yeah, my chat was just taking a while to catch up. All right, so what? Sorry about that. Where else do we go? Were there any other lyrics that you wanted to talk about? Specific ones? I mean, let's talk about the very end of it. Silence is a scripture, connection's the reply. The world becomes a mirror when we face each eye. Not theory, but practice, the wisdom in the hand. So you made a couple of references to like this invisible hand, right? And I think that's kind of that invisible hand. It's kind of that Adam Smith applied to the nature of markets, right? And in this distributed information processing where markets come to this sort of natural equilibrium on sort of price as a result of lots of people interacting, and the freedom of the individuals within that system allow this kind of hidden hand to take place. And I think you're saying a similar thing with how sort of communities and nations evolve better and better structures of governance is through this distributed intelligence that you can think of as kind of like an invisible hand. And the core feature of that is connection. It's not theory, but it's practice. And you said here the masses shift the planet when one hand when one hand finds a hand, and the last statement is find that hand. So what can we do as individuals? Just find connection, find real connection. Maybe don't rely on social media as much as a surrogate, which is unfortunate because that's what we're kind of doing here. So I might be hypocritical in saying that everyone just go out and like meet your neighbor and start talking more.
I literally just realized I was muted.
Oh yeah, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Um, Actually, what I'm saying there at the end is just touch grass, connect with the people around you, um, and basically find those connections locally and find that common ground with your neighbors. Because at the end of the day, that's where we're at right now, and we need that more now in our country than ever before. And this is before everything that just happened. You know that. I mean, uh, we had talked about this piece before I did it in quite a bit of detail, and um, and then what happened with Charlie just makes this hit a lot even harder, right? That we need to. I don't think it would have happened if everybody was talking to their neighbors and talking to other people in our country. We'd realize that we're all in this together, and we need to like find common ground. That so this crap doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, it's much
Yeah,
harder.
exactly, Lace.
Yeah, it's much harder
Yeah,
now.
absolutely.
Much harder to make connections. And we see that not only has this loss of connection affected our sort of political actions and functionality, but it's affecting us psychologically as well, right? We all kind of feel a little bit disconnected. We feel less connected to in a physical sense to the communities around us, and this is reflected
Well,
in statistics in psychological health, like
well,
incidence
to the
of
point
depression.
now that well, we've gotten to the point now where people that do not have everything in common, it they break off now and they just start isolating themselves. Ever since the pandemic, it's become a problem, I think. Look at me and you, right? There's a lot of stuff we don't agree on. There is a ton of stuff we do agree on. But if we started letting all the things we didn't agree on start affecting our relationship, we would never talk. But me and you can talk civilly, and you have your point of views, I have mine, and we respect each other enough to go, I think you're wrong there. I think I'm right. But you know what? That's not the important thing here. It's uh, working for commonalities in the areas that we do agree with. And that's something I think a lot of people are missing today. And that's what a relationship is with your friends, with your family, with your neighbors, is not letting those things that you differ on destroy your friendship, because nothing that we disagree on, I don't think is vital enough to ruin our friendship. Am I correct?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, and
And I think that's
there's a lot
go
of
on.
story. Yeah, there's a lot of stories that I've heard from friends and family members where, like my mother-in-law, for instance, she was telling me about a longtime friend that she had for, I don't know, 30 years or something. And they got into a quasi-political discussion about about loan forgiveness issues, and they came down on different sides of this issue about what should loans be forgiven and or should they not be forgiven, and they got into this heated discussion, and they just severed ties. Like there's a friendship that was built for over 30 years, and they got together, had one bad discussion based on a policy that they felt very strongly on, and that's just, to me, that is so absolutely ridiculous. Like,
Crazy.
yeah, I mean, I can understand the psychology of it. I understand that in that moment, right, that discussion devolves into this feeling of you're now enemies, right? You're using these words, and
Yeah.
you're like you're sending words and you're using them, you're weaponizing your words against one another, and you hurt each other's feelings, and you feel at that moment, you feel like mortal enemies, right? But if you were only able to like take a deep breath and exit out of that hyper sympathetic nervous system excitation where you're in this fight or flight mode and you're only thinking in terms of danger and escape and survival, right? It's like if you were able to take a deep breath, lift yourself up out of that mode, remind yourself that holy shit, we have a long history of friendship. Nothing of our friendship is predicated on the need to agree on every single little political discussion, right? That's like,
Yeah.
it's crazy that I hear about these things, and it just happens, right? We get into these sympathetic nervous system activation, and we see each other as enemies, right? That's human psychology.
And
So the more we understand that and like know how to counteract that in the moment, or at least reflect on it and say, you know what, I should initiate an apology and tell my friend, look, I'm sorry, we both got activated. I got in fight or flight mode. We're fighting over stupid, trivial things, and this shouldn't ruin our friendship, right? Do you agree? Do you still want to be friends? Can we?
you and the thing is me and you both have done that. I mean, at some point, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
it
where
happens.
I'm like, yeah, maybe I was out of line, and
Happens to the best of
you
us.
said, oh, maybe I was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, but it's always people are. It seems like people are afraid that if they admit something like that, it shows that they're weak, and it's not weakness. I actually think that that's strength to be able to go, yeah, maybe we let our feelings get a little too far into it. Maybe we need to step back on it and just agree that we have different points of view on that, right?
yeah,
And that's what me and you've done really over. I've known you for what, 2 years at this point, almost.
yeah.
So,
Well,
and there are things that we've disagreed on. There's things that we agree upon, and
what starts
I
happening?
think,
What starts happening with any two people that are strong enough to endure the struggle that it takes to really find common ground and understanding? Whenever that happens, there is usually a what is it called? I mean, people begin to move
ego.
towards people begin to move towards a central position, right? Where now that you've
Yeah.
understood the opposite side and you've tried to like in detail sort of debate the issues of it, you realize that maybe you
Mhm.
weren't thinking so clearly. Like there were things that you hadn't considered before, and so
Yep.
the process of this engaging in this constant sort of dialogue is a sort of averaging. It tends to have an averaging function, right, where you both tend to
Yep.
get pulled towards a middle ground, and it gives you both a better understanding of each other. Like this happened to me
Oh,
with.
absolutely.
I had one friend a long time ago, back when I was really kind of more anti-religious than I am now. Like I used to kind of be a hardcore atheist and just felt like that religion had no redeeming qualities. And then I talked to a good friend of mine. We became good friends, and he was a Christian, and he had strong religious beliefs. And through this process of sort of colliding with him on this idea of religion, its value, its function, and him describing his experience within that kind of space, the people that are within it, both of us moved together, and we both admitted that there's both positive and negative things about religion. It's a complex, nuanced thing, and both of us became better thinkers for it. And I realized that
Right.
there are a lot of good things that religion does for people. It builds community, builds it enables. We were talking about how do you scale up trust. Well, historically, religions have done that, given people at least a core principle that will allow even strangers to kind of by default tend to cooperate rather than assume the worst. So it's this dialectic that we have to understand how this process works, and we have to be willing to go through it and realize that we're going to make mistakes. We're going to say things that are just wrong. We're going to have we're going to feel and embrace the fact that we don't know anything. We're going to be shown by other people the gaps in our knowledge. That's going to make us feel bad, but that's a necessary part of the process of growth. And, so.
Yep. Well, I mean, and we do need to look at the past and look at, and like one of the reasons that I use philosophers because they're relevant to a certain extent, and we should be looking at them and seeing what not everything they say and everything that they represent is relevant, but they all hold some kind of uh,
Some truths, yeah, yeah.
lesson, some kind of, I wouldn't say a truth. I would
Lessons?
say a
Okay.
lesson. I would say lessons because I don't think any of them have a universal truth whatsoever. I think they all have lessons that we, as a society, as an individual, as a person, that we can learn from them. But we need to learn how to apply it to a more modern uh, spectrum and realize that, like, what they're talking about, like, I'll give you an example. People like to point to Sweden as an example of, oh, here's a society. America can learn a lot from Sweden, and but then when you actually look at Sweden and try to look at how you would have to apply that to a country like America, Sweden's such a small country. What works from them would absolutely not work on the scale that America is on, right? You have way more people, like hundreds of, I mean, like, what is it, like almost a billion times more people? Like, that's a big difference in cultures. That's a big difference in society structure, big difference in resources. And people sit down and go, well, we can learn something from them. Yes, we can learn something from them, but their system absolutely would not work on scale with America. It's just too big of a system.
Right.
And
And
the amount of changes and resources needed to do something like that would collapse our entire system and collapse our economy and collapse our country. So when people point to something like that, it's the same thing. We can learn things from uh, a country like Sweden, but we can't apply those things. And when we look at philosophy, we have to look at it from that same point of view. It was a different time and a different era, and the problems that they're talking about, although they seem similar, are on a much smaller scale than what we're dealing with today. And we have to take that into account when we're applying that to today. And although there are lessons that we can learn, we have to take it with, we have to look at it and how do we apply it to today? Is it, it's kind of what I'm saying in the song is, and when I'm always saying to you, overall. Clowns, by the way, Lace. Nice to meet you. Um, but yeah, it's we live in a very complex world now, and we have to start thinking that.
so, Lace, what specifically do you think is going to repeat? What aspect? Because if we think about just if we think about the idea that history repeats itself, or it has echoes, right, or it has these sort of meta patterns that
Yeah, it does collapse. It echoes in and it collapses in
oh
on
yeah,
itself. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, I mean, I think we probably agree with you there. And I think that it's basically what we're talking about is what do we do after we realize that, like, the system has it's no longer able to sustain itself, right? It's like,
Yeah, once it hits
what
that
do we
critical mass,
yeah what do
what
we
do we do?
build what do we build afterwards? um,
And we
so
have to start looking at that because we're approaching that really quick.
yeah, yeah, we kind of have to mentally prepare for that eventuality, right? Like, maybe our
I mean, as a people, if we don't start looking at either we have to figure out a way to prevent it from happening or figure out what to do when it happens. That's what we have to do as an individual and as a country. And I it's going to happen eventually. Every empire collapses. Um, So
we could,
we
we could think
as
about it
citizens
as,
should be much aware,
yeah.
should be very aware of it, and we should be trying to prevent that from happening. But we should be aware that if it does happen, what are our options here?
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, one. I mean, maybe we need a different word than collapse. Maybe. Do you think that word is still relevant? Clowns
All of it? Yeah.
is our collapse going to be identical to the collapse of other nations?
Okay. What
Maybe
I think would happen,
dissolution. What about the word dissolution?
dissolution actually works a lot better. Um, I could see America fracturing in many different ways, and it could turn into the EU. It's still much bigger than the EU, but I could see it fracturing like the EU did. It used to be this unified thing, and now it's just
Yeah,
a
I could.
fractured mess of countries. They tried to unify, and then Britain pulled away, and and they're in the same state that we're in.
Yeah, and that
Oh
might
yeah, I know,
that
I know it was.
that might be a
I
good.
know.
It might be a good thing, right? If you had a sort of a fractionation, maybe it is the case that we're just too big, and if you move back down to a smaller scale, and then you had a lot of different communities that were trying to solve problems on that scale, then that's kind of like the mutation part of any process of evolution, right? That's like now you've got.
Well, we need to, and yeah, I agree with you. This is why I said that we need to be looking locally. We need to scale up this national and look more versus local communities and local law enforcement and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, the laws that get enforced on you are not done by the government for the most part. They're done on the local level. Even if it is the federal, right? Even if the federal government gets involved, it's still done on the local level, right? They have to interact with the locals to do anything. It's still a local thing. So um, I have companies, right? And those companies, we have a lot of federal laws that we have to follow. Well, I'm not dealing with directly with the federal government for the most part. I'm I am. They are federal agencies, but they're on a local scale, right? And they're the ones who decide whether they enforce the laws, whether they don't. Even if the laws say that this, and this happens if you do this, and this. Well, it comes down to the people. It comes down to the police, whatever agency it is, whether they want to pursue those or not, right? And then it goes to the judges, and they decide whether they want to punish you or not, and what scale of which they're going to. I mean, that's how our system is built right now. So if you want more say and more control, and you want less regulations and less, you vote locally for people who are not going to go after the things that you think are ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
That's why I always say vote locally, because that actually dictates that. Yeah, there can be influences where some dickhead in DC goes, you know what? I don't like that fucker. Send him after him, right? Get that dude, and they will. But for the most part, that's usually done on the local level. The FBI, they have local offices that you have to deal with. Same thing with the state, they have their offices and in your cities. And so if you get involved on the local level, you're less likely to have results that you're not happy with. That's why I said that community is important. Knowing who's pushing stuff is important, right?
I agree. Okay, I want to ask.
Because that's going to dictate your world. Go ahead.
I want to ask because Lacedaemonius talked about the frog in water boiling gradually to death, and
Yep.
it is an interesting. I think it's an interesting metaphor to apply, and I don't think that it's. I mean, it tells us something about how biology works, right, and how important contrast is in order for us to make decisions, right? So,
Yeah.
we habituate to our surroundings. So if something is moving really, really slow, like the temperature of our current surroundings or the water in the pot, we don't notice those gradual changes. They don't really bother us. But a sudden change you're going to notice right away. But I heard that this frog in water boiling to death was actually, someone said that it was actually not true, that the frog will eventually jump out when it gets hot enough. So I wanted to ask Copilot what's the case. So I'm going to do that real quick.
You're touching on a fascinating concept. The idea of 6 degrees of separation.
Wait. Hold on. Reset. I've got
Got it.
Got a new question.
Sure thing, Roy. What's on your mind?
Okay. There's this story about the frog that gets boiled gradually in a pot of water and never jumps out. I've heard this story is actually apocryphal and that the frog will eventually jump out of the pot once it gets hot enough. But the story is told and it's applied to various situations. Can you help me settle the debate between what happens to the frog that's boiled gradually in a pot of water and where does it come from?
The story of the frog boiling gradually in a pot of water is indeed more of a metaphor than a scientific fact. Originating from 19th century experiments, the tale suggests that a frog won't perceive the danger if the water's temperature rises slowly enough. However, modern understanding of frogs' behavior shows that they would likely attempt to escape as the water gets too hot. It's a powerful metaphor for complacency, but not an accurate reflection of amphibian behavior.
Yeah, metaphor for complacency. Metaphor, yeah, it is a good metaphor for complacency, right? It's like things are still working, right? I can still go to the store, I can still get food, I can still eat, I still have a roof over my head, I can still pay my bills reasonably well. So why should I go out and take action to change things, right? Complacency. Yeah, it's a good metaphor for complacency. What else does that story get applied to? I guess to climate change in general. A lot of people use that as a metaphor for climate change, right? Like our inability globally to act and to seemingly.
Well, we also use it for politics, also, right?
For politics.
We use it for um, inaction in our relationships.
Yeah.
And we also use it for a metaphor for, I think it's a good metaphor for a long-term relationship where you become complacent. You become a frog in hot water.
Yeah,
You start letting all the problems build up over time, right?
Yeah.
Until eventually the relationship's dead. So that would be another one, right?
Yeah, I still think it's a pretty good metaphor.
Actually, it is a great metaphor.
But maybe it doesn't kill us. Maybe it doesn't kill us. Maybe there is a point, a threshold where all those problems in the relationship or all the problems in the country or all the, problems in ecosystems, it reaches some threshold. And so maybe we're not doomed, right? If it's a literal metaphor, maybe we just endure a lot. We become complacent before we finally hit rock bottom. And then that's when things actually change.
I have a question for you, Roy. It's about a metaphor I given to you. And you actually used the metaphor, and then I changed the metaphor to what I actually think. I want to know what you think of the metaphor I gave to you. You gave me the metaphor, you're the turtle and I'm the hare.
Oh, yeah.
And I told you, no, you're mistaken.
Yeah.
You're the turtle and I'm the cheetah in the bush.
Yeah.
And I'm going to jump out and kill you both.
Yeah.
I want to know what you think of that metaphor and what I was actually saying there.
I like it because you're saying that we're not actually competing and I'm just an apex predator, right? And you're whatever.
I'm the apex. I'm the apex predator. Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like the cheetah is just a so like so you're kind of breaking the frame, which is clever, right? Because I'm framing it as we're kind of we're sort of adjacent combatants or competitors in this race, and you're saying no, I'm not even playing the same game. I'm at a higher level of game, and I could eat either one of you if I wanted to.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think it was a clever way to frame switch and break the metaphor.
And the reason I use that metaphor is because um, it we think that systems are very simplistic, right? And it's just two people, but at the end of the day, yeah, I'm not competing with you. I'm in a.
No,
It just
you're
comes
gonna eat
down
me
to
gradually, eventually.
well, yeah. I mean, you're heading for a finish line, and you're not seeing that. I don't care about the finish line.
No,
I'm
I
there
really no.
to consume.
So my race, the tortoise and the hare, like that analogy was just the race is the illusion, right? The framework is the
Yeah,
illusion, right? None of us are actually in a race with anyone else.
yeah. That was the point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, like that,
that's the point.
like that,
I don't care about the race.
yeah, that framework that misses the point, right? Like we're all on different separate journeys, and each of those journeys has separate meaning, and we don't need to compare them apples to apples and ask
Right.
which one's better. Like that's what we do. That's the problem with social media, right? It's like you go online and
And
everyone's
and
framing life in terms of
yeah,
there's this race and
and what I'm literally doing in that is saying that I'm looking at both of you and you're on this race, and I'm going to consume both of your ideals and make myself stronger at the end of the day. That's what I'm saying with that, by the way,
yeah, it's
is
cool.
that you guys are worried about a finish line, and I'm just sitting there going, there is no finish line. I'm going to consume both of your ideals. I'm going to consume both of you, and I'm going to make myself stronger at the end of the day. Yeah, I can get you the link. Hold on.
You can just type exclamation point
I
Discord.
got it. I got it. I got it.
The link should
Um,
work. I updated the link recently.
nice. So what I'm saying at the end of the day is like there is you're looking at it like it was a race and you were competing against me, and I'm looking at it going, I like the ideals that you come up with, and this competition that you're focusing on, all it's doing is allowing me to see what I can and can't use from you. That's what that metaphor. That's what how I was using the metaphor, and the race to me is unimportant. It's the outcome that is important to me. Are we coming up with these ideals? What can we use? What can we not? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I think you're kind of reading too far into the metaphor. Like any metaphor, like it doesn't
Well,
map. It doesn't
I
map.
wrote it, and that's how I.
It doesn't
Yeah,
map
I wrote it,
completely.
and that's
So
why I wrote it.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think the original intent was only to frame it in one aspect in terms of strategies, like or even personality traits, right? Which so I think I was just using it as a way to describe my pace through my journey of life, not necessarily that we were even in a competition with one another, but just that I'm more like a turtle in the way that I go about making decisions in my life, and because I'm very just deliberate and methodical, and I take a lot of time and I think about stuff, maybe probably too much. Um, so that's all that was. So did you get?
Yeah.
So the link is invalid. Let me try it. Let me try to type it in. Let me open up Twitch.
I got it. I got it. I'm already on it.
Did you get a new link?
Yep, I got a new one.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Use that one. It takes me like a second. I already know where to go and grab it, so. Yeah, well, that's pretty much it. Like me trying to explain why I did something. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Um, it's what he learned from, and I think he learned. I mean, I think it helps you understand me a little bit better. Uh, But yeah, the eureka moment doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's the outcome of it, and that's what a lot of people kind of miss. If you ask me, I have a lot of eureka moments, especially whenever I'm writing. I love metaphors, and I love playing with them and trying to relate them to whatever topic I'm talking to. And I think I do a very well. Um,
Lacedemonia
yeah,
says I
I do
carry
too.
notebooks.
I use Google Docs, and I have probably, I don't know, a couple million words written and all over the place, and I'm closing in on like I think 200 gigs on Google.
Wow, that's
That's where I do
considerable.
most of my, yeah. I have a
Especially if
lot.
it's
I
all
write a
text
lot
documents.
though.
Is it all text
Yeah,
documents?
I write a lot. Yeah, most of them. Yeah,
That's crazy.
I have some pictures of my kids and stuff on there, but yeah, I mean, most of it is just writings. I have books. I have songs. I have just random lyrics. I have compositions that I've written. I have wave files of ideals. I have voice notes and memos. Yeah, it's a mess. And my phone definitely cannot handle everything that goes on in my brain. And I write so much. It and you would just be like, crap, dude. Well, you know how much I write. I mean, you see it quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm constantly stopping in the middle of what we're doing and just writing. So, but yeah, it's definitely. I've been actually enjoyed the stream. It was nice.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit political for some people's tastes, but that's all right. I'm down to talk about whatever. It is something that we need to talk about more,
Yeah,
because I think, it's like it almost seems like the worse the worse that the political climate gets, the less engaged we are and the less willing we are to actually talk about it, like to admit that it's a problem, right? We just kind of like we it, since we're so scared that we're just gonna that it's all going to fall apart, like that dialogue, like the more that we see it dialogue falling apart, the more that we're concerned or we're fearful that whenever we talk about it, it's just going to fall apart. So it's like we're
yeah.
all collectively have this sort
But
of
isn't that crazy though that
we
people
have this
think that?
we have this
The
PTSD.
reality actually, but the reality of it is, the more we talk about it, the less that stuff happens.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
and we learn like firsthand that holy shit, I can actually have political debates and everything is fine, and it is possible to have a debate about controversial things, or it shouldn't, like all this stuff, even it shouldn't even be seen as controversial, right? It's like it doesn't need to be. And the more that we can like practice and the better that we get at having that dialogue, the less fearful we'll be of entering into more dialogues, and we'll actually be like, oh, it's actually kind of fun and I learned a lot from it and I'm a better person for it. So it is kind of like this
well,
yeah.
that's a new thing too, because actually, whenever I grew up in the '80s and '90s, political, that was actually you got political. You you argued with your friends.
Yeah, you're
Your
supposed
friends
to.
argued with their friends,
Yeah.
and then we had discussions, and it might have got heated, but it didn't destroy relationships. It didn't destroy friendships. It didn't destroy marriages. It was
It was
it was what it was. That's what our country did,
part of our
and it's
culture was
only recently.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
it's only a
expected it.
recent thing in the last 10, 15 years where it's become this don't talk about politics.
Yeah, it's become a third
And it's just
rail.
like, why?
Yeah.
And I think that stemmed from like the 90s and the late 80s, where movies started pushing you don't talk about religion, you don't talk about politics. And the thing is everybody in our country was doing that anyway. So it was just like, Why don't you talk about it? Oh, because it might hurt somebody's feelings. Who cares? It's a conversation. It shouldn't hurt people's feelings. And if it does, you need to shame them into actually thinking about what the hell they're
What was the
how important is their yeah.
there's a phrase that encapsulate this, right? Like there's three things you shouldn't talk about in polite societies, like sex, politics, and religion, or something. What is the? Isn't there
And
a
I think
phrase
you
like
should talk
that?
about all three of them. Yeah, and I think you should talk about all three of them.
Yeah, yeah. I think you probably should, or at least there shouldn't be a stigma against it coming up in conversation, right? Like
Oh,
there's
I
plenty
refuse to.
there's plenty of things that you can talk about outside of those three topics, but there shouldn't be this like
Shame.
taboo. There shouldn't be this taboo, or there shouldn't be this fear of engaging in those kinds of things.
Because how important are those three things, anyways, that you should be afraid to talk about it?
Yeah. Thunder Dude says, I guess it's because they confuse being bigoted with talking politics. The more you talk about politics, the less you look for scapegoats.
Mm,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah. I think there's probably something to that. I mean,
yeah.
I think it's a problem in. I think it's a problem where it's guilt by association, and so
Yeah.
you take one stance, right? So say the topic of abortion comes up, you take one stance on abortion, and then the other person associates that stance that you took with their political
Everything.
opposite.
Well, they
Yeah,
well, okay.
and then
What,
it's just like, oh,
hey,
you're a conservative, and you're racist or something like that. It's like,
well, it
what?
comes down
What?
to well, they take it as they don't like your stance on abortion. Abortion is a complicated subject, right? And most people's opinions on it, if they're looking into it and they're discussing it, it's very nuanced, right? It's a very nuanced topic, right? So whenever you say you support some abortion, not others, or you don't support it at all, or you do support it, but only under a certain, it's a very nuanced thing, and but people only hear the general ideal of it, especially the way we talk about it in our country, right?
Yeah,
And
and then it's easy to spin that really simplified version into like,
and to this more complex one where I've actually had people go, "What, you don't think women should have rights?" I don't think that babies should die for women to have rights. That's usually my argument on that. I mean, I think you should definitely have rights, but do you think that a 1-year-old should be put to death? Or, I mean, come on. Or even a 1-day old baby. I mean, in some instances that happens. I don't think that killing something should be uh, the way to go. Do I believe in abortions? It's a complicated subject. In certain circumstances, I think that it's a necessity. In other situations, I don't think it is. It's a complicated subject. So when somebody asks me about my opinion on abortion, it's how detailed do you want me to be? That's usually what it is. And what part of it do you want me to explain? Because do I think abortion should happen? No. Would I ever have one? Absolutely not. Hey, but do I think that they're sometimes a necessity? Yes. That's where I stand on it. It's a complicated subject. Do I think that women shouldn't have rights? I think some men shouldn't have rights. So, and that goes for women too. I think some women shouldn't have rights. Um,
well,
I'm a very
that's a bit,
fucking,
that's a bit. I think
yeah. Well,
that's a bit overgeneral. I don't think you stand by a strict definition of what you said. So,
no, no,
but
I
I
don't.
understand.
I think some people, yeah, it's a general statement. I think
You're
some men
saying,
shouldn't have rights, some women shouldn't.
I mean, if you think,
But only under certain conditions, you know.
right. So, like, for example, I mean, you could have someone that was extremely physically disabled, mentally sick, incapable of making good decisions by themselves, and you wouldn't expect, like, no one would expect that individual to be able to function in the way that most people do.
Right.
Right? So you could think about it
Yep.
in those terms, right? There, that certain conditions, and especially in extreme cases, could always throw a curveball where you couldn't write a general rule that would be the best way to do.
Yeah,
anything.
that's my problem with it. That's my problem with it. That's why I say I think some men shouldn't and some women shouldn't. Um, if you're asking me, should women have rights? Yeah, I think women should have rights. I think men should have rights. But I also think some men and some women shouldn't. Now, do you want to go into the nuance of which ones I think should and shouldn't? We can get into that. But I mean, it's a complicated subject. Like, there's none of these subjects are easy. We hold contradictions in our heads all the time, and I'm very much aware of my contradictions. So when somebody asks me something like abortion, I'm like, I have contradictions in my head. I think it should be allowed, shouldn't be allowed, and yeah, that's where I stand on it. It's complicated. It's not an easy subject to have a conversation on.
Isn't the problem that whenever we talk about these sort of disembodied general rules, right, is that all of us have some lived experience and some particular situation that we're applying that general rule set to, and we're asking, what is the outcome in my life? Is it beneficial to me? And the problem with that is that we're only thinking of we're basically not aware of all of the different other scenarios that you would have to apply that general rule set to, and asking what are the outcomes in all of those other diverse situations, right? We're only thinking of the one that was directly relevant to our lives, and so we're saying the rule that applies and produces good outcomes for me in the thing that I know, that should be the rule for everyone, right?
And I don't think that.
Yeah,
I don't think that.
And
yeah,
that's where it all falls apart. It's our inability to imagine the vast diversity of situations that you would have to apply.
I'll give you an example. A perfect example. If you ask me if somebody steals something, should they go to jail? My response is going to be yes and no. It depends what they stole.
Did they steal
why they stole it?
Enriched uranium, or did they steal a Snickers bar? Did they steal? Did they steal third base? Did they steal third base?
Well, that's exactly it.
Because they should get a bonus.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. These are nuanced things. Did they steal because they were starving and they couldn't get a job and they were homeless and they just needed to eat? Do I think that person should go to jail for it? No, I don't. Did they go in and they've been caught stealing from the store 500 fucking times and they're a kleptomaniac? Should they go to jail? Yep, throw them in jail. Did they steal uranium? Fuck yeah, throw them in jail. Like, it's a complicated subject. Every subject is complicated, and that's what it comes down to at the end of the day, right? Like, you're always going to have what if, and it's going to be a yes or it's going to be a no. And I think everybody falls in that category on every subject. You get the right circumstances, you're going to get a yes. And that's why I don't like having those discussions on abortions unless we're digging into the weeds. What is a yes? What is a no? And these are important things. Same thing with theft. Is it a yes? Is it a no? And why? Right?
Yeah, I think maybe sometimes I feel like, do we even need to be discussing these general rule sets, or couldn't we just all agree that there should be a process by which you could come to a tailored solution to whatever problem you're actually dealing with, right? Like, what is the right process for coming to a solution for a given situation? So maybe the whole issue with abortion is, well, the family, all the people that are closest to that individual should collaborate with caretakers, physicians, and they should all come to some kind of agreement about the best course of action based on all the individual needs of that particular case. It's like that's just a process, right? It's like, okay, you should have someone that knows a lot about health, right? An expert in the field that can evaluate adequately the medical costs to both the child and the mother, right? You should have everyone that is going to be intervening in that life or providing care for that life. They should be there to provide feedback, and that's the process, right? Like, you get the right people into the room, you discuss all the options, and you come up with a way to produce a consensus on the best option. And if there's a 50-50 split, you have some means for a tiebreaker. And why can't we just come up with processes instead of rules, or right, that you try to apply across the board?
Yeah, well, that's exactly it, right? And the thing is, we actually, me and you actually do that quite a bit when we were having conversations, right? Um, it's being aware that most subjects are very nuanced, and understanding that you hold contradictions, and understanding that those contradictions sometimes have logic behind them, sometimes don't. And I think we both understand that when we have discussions with each other, right? Most people don't, right? And it's making people aware that, like, just because you don't agree with something doesn't mean that you have to devolve into these fight or flight um, feelings, and that you can actually have a reasonable conversation without resorting into these generalizations, and you can listen to each other and understand that these are complex subjects. I think that's why me and you get along, because we both know most of the subjects we talk about are very complex, and I know that whenever you say something I don't agree with, there's probably something there that we do agree on, and that's something that I think most people lack, is that understanding that although we might disagree on one or two things, overall I think we kind of hit some things that are we can find commonality somewhere. And that's what you were talking about earlier. But the more you talk to somebody, the more you move to the center, right?
Yeah.
And most people don't understand that. And that's why conversation is actually important.
Yeah.
Even on politics.
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah.
What is that called when two people move in after they engage in a dialectic? They tend to move towards the center. There's something. It's called something. But welcome, Cool Whip. Welcome back. Yeah, you basically. I think you're pretty much caught up.
That's actually what we've been talking about, Cool Whip.
Yeah,
actually, that's not the problem. I don't think that talking in absolutes and generalizations are dangerous at all. I think
the inability to move past them when needed.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the absolute danger. And having conversations with people that can't move past them.
Yeah. Can't, when you get stuck in the wrong framework, and you can't drill down into the details, and you can't. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's
yeah. Nice.
The frog boiling caused it.
Well, and this is what we were talking about, Cool Whip, is that, like, me and Roy have known each other for a couple of years now. Me and Roy have had hundreds of conversations at this point. And there's things that I agree with him on, things that I don't agree with him on. And same with him. There's things he agrees with me on, things he doesn't. It comes down to the understanding that at the end of the day, like, he understands whenever I'm talking about something. I may say something general. He knows to ask questions about it. He knows to challenge my ideals. He knows to move past and not get stuck on the generalization of it. And that's something that I think a lot of people don't know how to move past. And he doesn't sit there and go, "Oh, but you said this." He goes, "Well, what about in this circumstance?" And I'm like, "That's a good point." Or I'll sit there and say, "Well, what about this circumstance with you?" And he'll be like, "That's a good point." Or we both are like, "No, that's not a good point. I still think the same way." We may not change our minds. Yeah, the Helligan.
Shit,
dialect. That's actually
I didn't. For some reason, I didn't think of. I thought dialectic, but I didn't think Hegel. But this is synthesis. That's
yeah,
funny, isn't it?
yeah,
Synthesis.
that's crazy.
Thesis,
I
an
think it
initial
scares
proposition or
everybody.
belief. Antithesis, the contradictory or opposing viewpoint. Synthesis, a new understanding that
Yeah,
merges the truths of both the thesis and antithesis, resolving their apparent conflict. And that's the problem right there, is that usually
yeah,
these conflicts are only they're only conflicts when you're both missing some piece of the puzzle.
data.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're missing
yeah,
data, and you're overgeneralizing, and you're applying a simplistic metaphor, or understanding, or framework to the issue, and you're unable to see it in a nuanced way. I mean, if you think about it, right? If you were, if you knew everything, if you were Laplace's demon, you would, you would have an explanation and a reason. Like everything would make sense, everything, right? You would know how everything works, and you wouldn't
yep.
be angry at stuff, right? You wouldn't have, and I don't know. Would you be angry? Do you think you would be? Do you think you would still be angry at the human condition now? Like, would you still be angry at what we're doing to the weather if you knew exactly why all of this stuff had to play out exactly like it did?
But you're making it. But that's where I would say you're making assumptions that um,
That you can
the
know.
outcome would be.
Yeah, you that
Yeah,
I'm
you're
making
making
the
the
assumption
assumption
that you
that we
can't.
are
You
responsible.
could know.
Yeah, but my argument would always be, yeah, I think humans have an effect on it, but I also think nature has an effect on it. And I think the Earth has cycles, and we're caught in one. And yeah, we may be accelerating it a little bit, but not as much as we think. Um, and that's just me looking at trends of temperatures and stuff over thousands, actually millions of years. Um, and so that would be my argument on that. Do I think humans affect it? Yeah. I think our main problem isn't even weather, it's pollution and how we treat the lands around us, because that directly affects us. Like, don't pollute your, don't shit where you sleep, man. It's stupid.
Yeah, I agree. So Coolip says the left doesn't like the right hand because the thumbs are on opposite ends. Yeah, exactly. It's so
Yep.
counterproductive. Yeah.
Yep. They're always pointing in in the opposite directions. Yep.
I wouldn't have much emotion either way if I understood the why of everything. Yeah, thank you, Coolip. I think that's what I was trying to express is you wouldn't be so upset. Like if you because you would expect it, right? It would all make sense to you. You'd recognize the mechanics. You'd be able to trace all the causal connections, and so you would predict what actually happens. And because you understand it, you wouldn't be like upset or you wouldn't be surprised. You would just be like, yeah, I knew I knew that would happen. Um, Lace Demonia says, I genuinely think humans as a race have already achieved feats akin to the Tower of Babel, if it existed.
I think the internet's the
I
equivalent.
think so too, man. I think, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, social media platforms, or I don't know if you could apply this to the internet
But
in general, but
well, the Tower of Babel, you can look at it uh, like looking in throughout human history. The Tower of Babel, the Library of Alexandria. Um, you can look at before even like where we're at today. The internet is one of those, but prior to that, we had the uh, what's the congressional something. I can't. Where we collected literature and stuff here in the U.S. I can't think of the name of it.
are you saying
Ah,
digitizing
Congressional
books?
Museum. Yeah, Congressional Museum or something like that. We all, as a species, we always try to collect data and we always try to assimilate as much as we can because we think knowledge is important. And then it always burns to the ground and there's nothing left of it. And we're all sitting there going, well, that fucking sucks. Well, we just lost a ton of knowledge. And I think the internet's one of those that if something happens and the system cracks and fractures and collapses, we're gonna be looking at a world like Alexandria when it collapsed. We're going to be looking at the Tower of Babel when it collapsed. It's inevitable.
Was the Tower of Babel? I thought that was
Yeah, the
just
Carrington
kind of.
event. That's a good point, Leith.
What's the Carrington event? I don't know that.
That's AI.
It's a what? AI?
Just ask AI.
Oh, ask AI. Okay.
They can, yeah. That way you can also inform everybody else.
Welcome back, Roy. The tale of the boiling frog is a metaphor, not science. It originated in the 19th century, but...
Stop. New topic.
All right, Roy. New topic. What's next on your mind?
Can you tell me about something called the Carrington event?
The Carrington event, back in 1859, was an intense geomagnetic storm caused by a massive solar flare. It lit up skies with auroras, even seen near the equator, and disrupted telegraph systems. Imagine the chaos if such a storm hit our tech-heavy world today. Fascinating, right? The Carrington event, back in 1859, was an intense geomagnetic storm caused by a massive solar flare. It lit up skies with auroras,
Sorry,
even
still
seen...
talking.
Man, I don't know why it keeps repeating itself.
I don't know. So basically,
A solar flare.
sorry, I wasn't. I can't. Yeah, it's a solar flare that happened that knocked out like most of the telegraphs, and we lost communication for like I think months at the time, and telegraphs were just coming into play, and it kind of screwed over information for quite a few months. And if that happened today, it would just devastate all of us.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll
if it
ask
happened now, we actually have
the
some
Carrington
things that are
event.
in
back
place
in
that would,
18...
Stop.
like it wouldn't be a complete.
Got it. I'll
complete
respond in
collapse
audio from
like
now
everybody
on.
thinks it will be.
I'll try to ask it.
Okay.
Sure thing. I'm here to listen. What's on your mind?
Okay, let's do a little bit of hypothetical thought experiments here. If a Carrington event, or if a Carrington event happened today on our, and apply the logic of that to our infrastructure and our technology today, would we be prepared to handle that, or would there be a crisis happening? Would we be capable and resilient to a Carrington event if it happened in the modern age? Shit, my mic was off.
No
Okay.
worries, Roy.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Sure. Got it. I'm listening. What's on your mind?
Okay, here's a hypothetical situation. Let's see if you can answer it.
Absolutely. Hit me with your hypothetical. I'm all ears.
Imagine the Carrington event happened today with our modern infrastructure and modern technology. Are we prepared for that kind of event, or would our systems be massively disrupted in the way they were originally?
Such an event today would be catastrophic. Our modern infrastructure relies heavily on electricity and digital technology. Power grids, communications, and satellites could be severely impacted. We'd likely see widespread disruptions, but the exact outcome would depend on preparedness and resilience measures in place.
All right, what do you think? Traffic lights would go out? So,
All right. Here's what I think would happen. I think satellites would be fine. Okay. And the reason I think satellites would be fine is because we actually get hit with solar flares all the time, and some of them we watch the sun quite a bit. Okay. No, satellites could be cooked. I don't think they will, because we deal with solar flares quite a bit, and we know when we turn off the satellite, we actually do shut down the satellites and stuff. 2/3 ocean. I don't know what that means. We already deal with solar flares quite a bit.
Maybe 2/3 would fall into
They're
the ocean.
not at the extent. They wouldn't burn up. We would try to minimize the amount of damage. We wouldn't have a lot of time. I think electricity would be shot for I think I've seen estimates of up to a year. Um, Big cities would probably get back online sooner, because people would work their butts off to try to get some normalcy, at least in the big cities where most people are. Um, we would have massive issues for sure. I don't think it'd be at the extent that everybody thinks it would be, because we would see it coming and we would try to take some precautions. I don't think we can take all the precautions, but it would definitely fuck us for a good couple of years. I don't think it would be monumental to the point where we could not recover. I just don't think so. Humans are too resilient. We're too um, stubborn to let shit that we like go. And we like electricity. We like um, the internet. We like television. We like entertainment. So we would find a way to get all that stuff back to working. I think it would be very difficult. I think a lot of people would die in the process, but it would not be. It would be nowhere near a mass extinction. I think there would be cities would be torn up. I think we would have a lot of issues, but I think we could get through it. I think we would get through it because we're humans. We would automatically get through it.
Do you
We
think
just push.
Do you think that would actually be a blessing in disguise to have some sort of soft catastrophe that forces us to like rebuild? You know, I'm thinking of the history of Seattle. Seattle, when it was first built, it was totally made out of wood, and it was built on a bunch of like sawdust that they extended the ocean, like the coastline, with all the sawdust from the logging industry. So they took all the sawdust, they padded the coastline, then they built a city of wood on top of it. So two things happened. The city burned down, and so they had to replace it with all brick. And then it actually sunk, so they had to raise it up, and that's where the Seattle sort of underground happened. So you could think about like series of calamities of opening our eyes to the vulnerabilities that our systems have, right, and allowing us to actually rebuild stronger, more resilient systems. Do you think we kind of need some sort
And that's
of...
what would happen. That's what would happen there with if that happened now. I mean, we moved away from telegraphs because of that. Honestly, I mean, it wasn't too long after that we moved to telephones.
I see.
So I mean, stuff like that. We knew we needed a more reliable system.
What's up, eyeballs?
Eyeballs. Yes, peanut butter could help rebuild the world.
What if a system believes we were nuked due to the lack of communications and sets off its nukes in response?
You know, the way our systems are set up, lack of communication is actually not what sets them off. So I don't think that that's actually going to be the case. There still has to be there's protocols in place in case that actually happens. So uh, that's not going to be the case.
Isn't there a story about I don't know, some...
That's not actually how it's set up, though, Lace.
There was some story though that there was one guy like in Russia that intercepted something that looked for all intents and purposes like a nuclear strike by the U.S., but he didn't automatically respond to it. He assumed that there were...
Humans are very
He assumed that
reluctant to end all life.
What's that?
Humans are very reluctant to end all life. That's just it.
Yeah, you would hope so, right? Or most humans. There's probably a few.
Well, I mean, that's been the case.
There's probably a few that
There
are...
are sociopaths.
I mean,
There are sociopaths.
I know Thanos fans out there, so there are definitely a few humans
I do too.
that are just like, "This is the only way. We've just become too big."
Vodka and peanut butter, right? Eyeballs.
Look into Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, yeah. Yeah, I freaking love some of the stuff they say, and then Cool Whip. Everybody's coming at us with like really hard ones today.
Satellite electronics are
Um,
shielded against protons and microplastic particles that can alter data,
yeah,
but they still have exposed antennas that can overvolt the electronics if they take high EMI.
yeah.
Must make vodka peace offering. There, I think there's peanut butter vodka out there. Eyeballs.
Yeah, there actually is.
And I don't know, like I know that I haven't had it, but it sounds kind of appealing to me, if I'm honest. I've definitely try it. And maybe you could make a peanut butter and jelly martini, right? Like, could you get some? Isn't there some grape liqueur or something out there? There's got to be some grape liqueur. So you get peanut butter vodka or just mix in some grape jelly in there. That might work. Might be a blended drink though. Russian captain of sub refused orders to strike the USA during Cuba. A lot of people like playing with fire, Coolib says. Don't discount the number of pyros out there. And I know one of them in stream right now. Or I've heard stories.
You not just heard stories; you've heard her response to it.
I've heard comments. I haven't heard stories.
Yeah.
All right. What else you guys want to talk? What else you guys want to talk about? Clowns. What else?
Actually, I think we should. I think we should be ending it here soon because I'm actually getting tired. I've had a long day.
I'm exhausted too.
Honestly, and it's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. I spent most of the day with my grandmother, and she's in town, and I got back and I saw you were streaming, so I jumped in. But yeah, it's been a long day.
I'm at it.
Went shopping, out to eat, and do. And then watch and listen to her say very inappropriate things about my friend, which is enough to make me want to peel my ears off and rip my eyes out.
It's only 2:20 in the UK. No excuses. Yeah, I'm getting.
Okay,
I'm getting
at
tired.
least
So
she's in the UK. Okay, nice.
yeah, I guess. I don't know. Should we try to summarize? Because we covered a lot of ground today. Is there any way to summarize all the things that we've talked about? What were the main points that we hit on? We
hit on a lot of topics. A lot of the topics we hit on these kind of summarized in that.
that
And
song.
we basically talked about how to have discussions on complex discussions.
Or the
That's pretty much what I would say.
Yeah, that's the main. That was the main.
And the
point.
necessity
The
necessity of those discussions.
The necessity of the
Yeah,
Hegelian dialectic, in order to
Yeah.
make connections with people that you don't already have strong, immediate, maybe direct family ties to, right? Like if you want to extend out community and you want to make connections, you have to first come to it with the mindset of not having all the facts, not being so determined and confident in your current beliefs. Be willing to get engaged in political conversations, any kind of conversation. Be willing to dig in, get your hands dirty, and be able to suppress like the emotional outbursts.
Your limbic system.
Yeah, your basically your limbic system, and be able to regulate your emotional responses to things. And when inevitably we fail to do that, because we're all human, and sometimes our emotions just get the best of ourselves, you have to be willing to come out of that, recognizing that that is what happened. You got activated, your sympathetic nervous system took over, your prefrontal cortex shut down, you didn't make rational decisions, you turned it into you know, a me versus you situation instead of how can we come together and learn more from one another. And then you go and reach out and apologize, and, you know, slowly with repeating this dialectic, Hegelian dialectic, you find a synthesis. You converge on a more nuanced middle road where you're both better off for it. And the more people that are willing to go through the hard work of building these new connections with people that are not, don't look like them, don't act like them, don't think like them, that's really the only process that can kind of the antidote for the current political dissolution and tribal politics that we're seeing right now, which leads to terrible things where people are killing each other just for thoughts and ideas that they express, which is never the answer. All right. I want to see a dragon set stuff on fire.
I think you summed up.
Hey, you know what? Eyeballs didn't realize we talked about dragons here and how
I know.
We talked about how dragons would be a much more preferable mode of travel.
Hold on.
Rather than flying cars.
I know how we can end. I know how we can end the stream. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay. Did you already write a song? God
I know.
damn you.
Yes, I did actually. And actually, it wasn't just me who wrote the song. It was Eyeballs who wrote the song. It was both of us. And give me 1 second. Let me find it.
Is this a hypno whale?
I think we should end. No, I have not recorded that yet. I've been busy with my grandmother, and it's been a long day. But no, it's this song right here that I just sent to you. I think it's a good one that we can end on because you know we did talk about dragons today.
Okay.
And it'll make Eyeballs extremely happy because it's on her favorite topic. Yeah, I haven't written anything today either. I wanted to claw my eyes out and rip my ears off. All right, let's listen to Dragon's Race.
Dragon's Race. We talked about the false framing of life being a race also. So cool. Tying together a bunch of loose ends. Did you send me a link or not yet? Oh, Dragon's Wrath. There it is.
Wrath, not race. Oh, sorry. I'm tired. And yes, I sent it to you.
Gasoline hums on my breath like smooth wine. Fingertips trace where the itch won't bind. The city drunk on swallows divine. Neon veins bleed lies through the crooked spine. No pulse now, just ash from the raft below. Char drifts free as the water threads the breeze slow. Heat slips close, peeling walls with ease. No more shadow, no voice to appease. Just feeding the hunger that coils bone deep. Hands lock loaded, every spark held still. Handshake slow where the claws can't kill. Drown in the night or match that growl. Paint the sky red, let the heat just prowl. Air runs thick, brittle in smoke. Breathe deep, watch the walls combust. Slow till flames take lead, heartbeats split beams. Tears run hot through the fire streams. No more chains, I let it rain. I am the blaze, I bear no shame. Just what's left beneath the rain. Just what's left beneath the rain. Bootleg slow through a deadway street. Eyes cut clean through the dark they meet. Misty grins low when the smoke I spin. Web catch heat, I won't give in. One strike lands in the drywood cries. Fear runs thin and the tear cut lies. Grip that spark like a blade in hand. Once it breathes, you'll pull it back. Just wrap it out. Wrap it out, wrap it out, wrap it out. Breath locked, loaded, every spark held still. Handshake slow where the claws can't kill. Drown in the night or match that growl. Paint the sky red, let
left beneath the rage. Just what's left beneath the rage. Still run soft in the breath I keep. Streets bend low where the embers creep. Voices fade in the heat I call. When the wrath runs red, I burn it all. Strike like something the skin pulls tight. Ash rays down in the teeth of night. Walls split wide in the scream I own. Heat takes shape like a crown of bone. Smoke wraps slow on the frame I wear. Hands still hot for the lives I spare. I stay black but the grit still wide. Dragons right for the world inside. Drown in the night or match that growl. Paint the sky red, let the heat just prowl. Air runs thick, brittle and smoke. Breathe deep, watch the walls combust. Slow till flames take lead, heartbeats split beams. Tears run hot through the fire streams. No more chains, I let it rain. I am the blaze, I bear no shame. Just what's left beneath the rage. Just what's left beneath the rage. Just wrap it out. Sparks spit liquid, split thick brick walls. Heat creep deep in the street to the steel calls. Breath burns hard when the sky turns red. Every step drip play for the words I bled. City bend break point to the blaze I throw. Winds run smoke till the blood won't flow. Hands still scroll for the lives I spare, but I torch every inch of the night I wear. Flash at us flat, and from the lungs I scream. Ash stack high where the cold ones dream. Clocks melt slow in the heat I own. Shadows bow down in the firelight's thrones. Dragons wraith, breath scouts the air. Every mark I leave says I was there. Shannon's wraith, breath scouts the air. Every mark I leave says I was there. Every mark I leave says I was there.
So badass. That was really cool, man. Every mark I make says that I was there. I am the blaze, I bear no shame. Just what's left beneath the rage. Bars. For
That was
sure.
written by Eyeballs, by the way.
That was good, dude.
Yeah, she's
sick.
a good writer. Yeah.
Punkacillus, speaking of psychology, was just checked for psychology yesterday due to anxiety. Well, it's good to get it checked out.
I would love.
Hopefully you're doing well.
But
Yeah, we're actually we're closing down the stream, so I'm just gonna say my goodbyes. So, everyone new in chat, I'm sorry, gotta run, gotta make dinner, gotta make pizza for the family, and Clowns here is exhausted. It's been a long day, so we'll be back next Friday. I usually start around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and around this time. So, if you want, you can join my Discord. Put a link in.
and join us in the conversation.
Yeah, join us in conversation and yeah, tell us more about what you're going through, your personal experiences. This is a brainstorm.
By the way, Roy,
What's that?
I would like for you to fix one thing.
Okay, tell me. What should I fix?
It's Clowns with an S crew, not Clown crew.
Oh, no problem, dude. I'll fix it for next time.
I'm
Here, watch this.
teasing.
Watch me fix
Anyway.
it. Watch me fix it. There it is. No more problem.
Awesome.
What's up, Lelia?
But
All right.
all right. Well, I'm gonna let you wrap. I want to just say, I'll say my final words, and then I'll jump out and let you do your final words. It was a pleasure talking to all of you. Lacey, please come back. I'd love to continue the conversation. Punk, I would love to have a conversation with you. Unfortunately, it's been a long day and we've come to the end of the stream. Please come back next Friday. We can talk to you in deep. Um, and Layla, hi. Everybody else, hi. Bravo. Love you. Good night. Eyeballs. Great. I'll see you soon. I do got to make a phone call before I jump in the call with you. Eyeballs. Everybody else, love you. Peace out. Thanks. Check out my music, Clowns and Hall of Weird, on SoundCloud and on Spotify. Spotify is preferred. Good night.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, deep thinkers of all spots and stripes. Doesn't matter where you live, where you are, what your personal journey has been. Doesn't matter who you were in the past. All that matters is to continue onward, forward, learning more, becoming stronger, becoming more resilient, not seeking to hide from mistakes, not shrinking away into the shadows, hiding from the chaos and the problems around you. The solution is to embrace them, to fight them. We are all non-fragile beings. We get stronger. Challenges make us better, and conversations make us better. And so you put those two things together. Challenging conversations make us better, smarter, more fulfilled, allow us to come to a synthesis of ideas, bring us closer together. And when we repeat this process over and over again throughout the course of your life, you will see magic begin to happen. You will bring people in, you will find meaningful connections, and you will see that life can be a meaningful, beautiful place when we've got the right mind to do it. So thanks, everyone. I will see you next time on The Joy of Thinking. Until then, have a wonderful weekend and keep the thoughts joyful. Take care, everyone.
Okay, it was a great stream, Roy. I'm gonna head out.
Take care, brother.